Good morning. Hello. I would like to open today's meeting and welcome everyone in the gallery joining us today, to those joining us online via the live stream as well, or watching us later in the future. Good morning and welcome. I invite you all to stand as Councillor Joe Natoli will acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet today.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The Sunshine Coast acknowledges the Kabi people and the Jinnabara people, whose lands and waters we all now share. The traditional owners' unique values and ancient and enduring cultures deepen and enrich the life of our communities. The Sunshine Coast has been a place of celebration, abundance, connection and kinship for thousands of years, and we commit to working in partnership with the traditional owners to continue their practices and support self-determination through economic and community development. Truth-telling is a significant part of our journey, and legacy issues resulting from the colonisation are still experienced by traditional owners and First Nations people. We are committed to better understanding the collective history of the Sunshine Coast traditional owners and the experiences of First Nations people. We recognise our shared history and will continue to work in partnership to provide a foundation for building a shared future with the Kabi people and the Jinnabara people. We pay our respects to the traditional owners of the Sunshine Coast and to their elders, past, present, and acknowledge the important role First Nations people will continue to play within the Sunshine Coast community. Together, we are all stronger.
Thank you, Councillor Natoli. If you're able, please remain standing as I invite Rabbi Oshi Goodman from the Chabad Sunshine Coast to provide a blessing. Welcome, Rabbi. Lovely to have you with us.
Thank you for having me. I'm going to start with Psalm 23 in English. If you know it by heart, please say along. A song of David. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He causes me to lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside still waters. He restores my soul. He leads me in paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Even as I walk in the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for you are with me. Your rod and your staff, they comfort me. You set a table before me in the presence of my adversaries. You anointed my head with oil, my cup overflows. May only goodness and kindness pursue me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord for length of days. A prayer for our country, our Father in heaven, rock and redeemer of all people. Bless Australia, our beloved country, and all Australians, including Aboriginal and Torres Strait Island peoples, the first people to live in our beautiful land. Guide its leaders and advisors with wisdom and understanding. Strengthen the hands of those who protect it. Inspire those who govern it with justice and compassion, and grant prosperity and peace to all who dwell within it. Bless the members of our federal, state, and local governments, including our council, Parliament and Senate, that they may serve with integrity and truth, promoting harmony among all citizens. Instill in them the spirit of kindness and fairness, so that righteousness and peace may flourish in our land. Bless and protect the men and women of our armed forces, our police, and all emergency services who dedicate themselves to safeguarding the peace and security of our nation. Shield them from danger and return them safely to their families. Protect our country from enemies, threats, and those who seek to do us harm. Spread over us your shelter of peace. Remove hatred and violence from among us. Unite us in love and respect, so that together we may build a society of justice, compassion, and blessing. May Australia always be a land of freedom and safety, where your name is honoured and all people can walk in your ways. May we soon merit to bring forth the long-awaited Messianic era, where the world radiates only goodness and kindness and godliness, and the earth shall be filled with the knowledge of God, as the waters cover the sea, and let us say Amen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Robbo. Thank you, everyone. Please take your seats. I note we are all in the chamber this morning, so thank you all, and that is the record of attendance. We'll move to item number 4. The receipt and confirmation of minutes. Would someone please move receipt and confirmation of the minutes of the ordinary meeting? Moved Councillor Natoli, seconded Councillor Burns. Thank you. All those in favour? And the motion is carried unanimously. Thank you. Item 5, there's no mayoral minute today. Item 6, conflicts of interest. Councillors, I remind you of the requirements of the Local Government Act of 2009, which sets out how councillors' conflicts of interests are managed for local government matters. These requirements apply to how we deal with such matters at this meeting. Should you have a conflict of interest in relation to an agenda item, please raise it at the commencement of that item. We move on now through item 7 and on to item 8.1, the quarterly progress report for quarter 2 of 2025-26. And our CEO, Mr. Baker, is going to present this item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm pleased to present the quarterly progress report outlining the progress of activities within the operational plan for 25-26 for the period, of course, of 1st of October to the 31st of December 2025. This report demonstrates our continued commitment to transparency and to high performance, with Appendix A providing the status of all 77 activities prioritised in the operational plan to advance Council's vision and the corporate plan goals. This quarter, we've seen very strong progress across key areas, including conservation planning, infrastructure delivery, and community programmes. We also continue to focus on our financial planning and the modelling that is required to underpin that. And this has informed the budget review that will be presented to Council as part of today's meeting and will assist to prioritise future service delivery, resource requirements, and our infrastructure priorities. Our capital works programme is on track with substantial progress achieved on the Honey Farm Road Sport and Recreation Precinct and the reconstruction, of course, of several seawalls across the region. This report now marks the halfway point in delivering the operational plan for 2025-2026. Each activity reflects its percentage completion against the planned progress for that financial year, with time and budget indicators identifying where activities are on track, where we're experiencing minor delays, or indeed facing significant challenges. To date, 94% of our operational plan 2025-26 activities have progressed as planned, 94%. 7 activities have been completed, and 3 activities are experiencing minor delays or have exceeded their expected time frame, and 1 activity remains under review. The activities experiencing delays are the construction of First Avenue Streetscape project, and that's due to a requirement around relocation design for the Energex public utility plant. Construction of the Moffat Beach seawall due to site conditions. The Caloundra Transport Corridor Upgrade, CTCU, which is awaiting the federal government, the Australian government's approval processes. And the Strategic Parking Framework, which is currently under review and has not commenced. I would like to bring your attention to 2 key highlights from this quarter. The first is the Maroochydore City Centre development. So early works commenced with the Maroochydore City Centre to prepare the Sunshine Coast Village site, which will transition to residential use following the Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games. These works are funded through the Queensland Government's Residential Activation Fund and, once transitioned, will enable the delivery of more than 1,800 new homes for Sunshine Coast residents. The draft Active Transport Plan. We're currently reviewing community feedback on the draft Active Transport Plan following feedback received during this quarter. This important plan aims to create a more connected, safe, healthy and sustainable transport network, supporting people to choose active transport as the region grows. I would encourage our community to take a moment to read this report. It allows you to understand what we are doing to support and shape our region and our future. And I would like to express my sincere gratitude both to the executive leadership team, who I know have worked incredibly hard during this quarter, to Madam Mayor, to the councillors, to council staff, and of course our valued volunteers and partners. Each of you helped deliver our operational plan and contribute to a connected, livable and thriving region. I'm now going to invite our directors to share key achievements for the quarter as we progress the operational and corporate plans, starting with Jodie Fielding, our Director of Community Strengthening, to talk to the strong community goal. Over to you, Jodie.
Through you, Madam Mayor, and good morning, councillors and colleagues. I'm pleased to share some of the key achievements under the goal of community strengthening for the second quarter. This was an exceptional quarter for events and venue performance. Attendance at major events increased by 80% compared to the same period last year. And this was led by the Strumming Bird Festival in October, which attracted a record of 29,000 visitors. The Sunshine Coast Stadium also hosted its first A-League match, and several venues across the region recorded double-digit attendance and growth. This reinforces our region's strength as a cultural and sporting hub. We continue to build momentum as we plan for Brisbane 2032 and shape legacy that will serve our community long after the event. Two key projects for Council, the Sunshine Coast Stadium expansion and the Mountain Bike Centre, are both advancing. Each is on track to hit key design and agreement milestones in early 2026. The 2023 Sunshine Coast Legacy Action Plan is also taking shape, guided by the thoughtful contributions of our community. This plan will outline how we harness the broader opportunity of being a co-host city to create a long-term benefit for our region. We continue to build our capability in new ways of listening to our community to make better informed decisions. And in the quarter, the Sunshine Coast Citizens Panel, a group of 53 community members, explored the topics of the Council's budget and service prioritisation and waste disposal of large bulky items. Evaluation of the session showed strong positive sentiment from panel participants. But we continue to work on how we improve closing the loop on the feedback and insights we gain from these sessions. Important social outcomes were progressed in housing and homelessness. All 22 dwellings in the Mooloolah Affordable Housing Project are now complete and tenanted. Council also supported 4 local churches to form the Nambour Shelter Network, offering seasonal and storm shelter to those experiencing homelessness from mid-2026. And in partnership with the Maroochydore Neighbourhood Centre, the Sunny Coast Sleeper is now providing 3 nights of safe sleeps in Nambour to add to the existing service in Maroochydore. Our community and cultural investment also stayed strong throughout the quarter, with more than $1.5 million was awarded in grants, which supported 428 community projects and engagement of over 12,000 volunteers. The New Year's Eve fireworks lit up Mooloolah Bar Beach at 8:30 and again at midnight, with more than 34,000 people gathering to welcome in 2026 in spectacular style. And the growth and diversity of our region shone through with our citizenship ceremony on the 14th of November, with more than 300 people celebrating a milestone of becoming an Australian citizen. They were already part of our community, but this moment marks something deeply personal and deeply significant. I'll now hand over to Mr. Scott Whittaker, Director of Infrastructure and Natural Assets. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
through you, Madam Mayor, and good morning, Madam Mayor and councillors. Building on Jodie's update, I'm pleased to share several key highlights for the environment and livability portfolio for the final quarter of 2025. As John mentioned earlier, we've had delays for the construction for the Moffat Beach seawall. Stage 1 opened in December 2025 and we are currently at 55% completion for the whole project. We are seeing strong progress across a number of our major infrastructure initiatives, including the Golden Beach seawall improvement, which is now at 75% complete, the Nambour Resource Recovery Centre, with detailed design for the primary sort facility and retail market now underway, the Caloundra Community and Creative Hub, with detailed design advancing well following community consultation, the First Avenue Streetscape project, where the contract for construction has now been awarded, and our reconstruction activities following Tropical Cyclone Alfred and associated weather events are continuing. Council has also adopted the Dog Exercise Area Regional Plan and Network Update, which will guide the future provisions for dog exercise spaces and support community health and lifestyle needs. The Shorebird Conservation Plan was completed and adopted at the October ordinary meeting. This plan supports the long-term recovery and protection of these amazing shorebirds that visit our region. As Jodie mentioned earlier, we've got a range of engagement activities, including the Citizens Panel that was completed on large waste items in November, and we also completed the Phase 2 community engagement for the Golden Beach Coastal Hazard Adaptation Precinct Plan in December. Several of our livability-focused initiatives continue to progress well, such as the ongoing development of the Landscape Design Guide, supported by internal and external workshops aimed to create greener, more people-focused corridors. We planted more than 4,000 trees and shrubs at the Honey Farm Road Reserve through our community events, and we planted 812 street trees, slightly ahead of our schedule of target of 3,200 for the year. Another highlight for this quarter was our Sunshine Coast Biosphere community celebrating International Day for Biosphere Reserves with the inaugural Biosphere Festival. This event featured showcasing 13 innovations, cultural events, environment and the arts, with participation from more than 100 community members. I look forward to seeing these initiatives and projects continue to progress as we get into 2026. I'll now hand over to Keith Parsons, our Chief Financial Officer, who will share some more insights into the period we've just had. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Scott, and good morning, councillors, my fellow executives and members of the public online and in the room. I'm pleased to present the Q2 progress towards our resilient economy goal, highlighting some key achievements and ongoing initiatives that demonstrate our commitment to the region's economic resilience. Under the Leadership, Sustainability and Equity pathway, planning works are progressing with the State Government and Walker Corporation in respect to the design and the delivery of the Athletes Village and Arena in the Maroochydore City Centre. In the investment and growth area, we've seen major advancement that strengthens the region's economic foundation. A full-service 180-room hotel has been approved for Maroochydore, supported by Council's accommodation hotels incentive policy, which is helping address the region's accommodation shortfall. A major digital milestone was reached with the landing of the Tabua subsea fibre optic cable, bringing high-speed, secure connectivity that positions the Sunshine Coast as a national digital gateway. Our monthly investment updates continue to exceed industry benchmarks for engagement. Construction for the Mooloolah foreshore revitalisation continues, and with our support, the seawall works are progressing and positive accommodation bookings are reported throughout that period. Additionally, design for the Stage 1 of the Caloundra Aerodrome Master Plan is now 80% complete, preparing this project for its gateway review. Council provided support to 965 local businesses and delivered 24 workshops and events to more than 2,200 participants. Highlights included the Sunshine Coast Business Awards, First Nations Business Showcase and procurement capability building workshops. The procurement guideline review is complete and work continues towards achieving the 2% First Nations procurement spend. Innovation and technology continues to be a strength. Our AI planning assistant tool was launched in November and is performing above expectations, now integrated with our business as usual activities. We have also advanced programs supporting digital games, advanced manufacturing, food and agribusiness, and assisted with workforce recovery efforts following a major local manufacturer's voluntary administration. Study Sunshine Coast has delivered initiatives including the region's first TEDx event at University of Sunshine Coast, first aid, CPR and barista workshops, and an international agent familiarisation tour to promote our education pathways. Finally, as a major events destination, the region has delivered 15 sponsored major events, driving tourism, economic activity and community participation, from Touch Rugby League Championships to the Big Pineapple Festival and Sculpture on the Edge. Overall, this quarter reflects strong momentum across major projects, digital infrastructure, business support, talent development and events, contributing to a resilient, high-value regional economy. I'll now hand over to Deborah Robinson, the Director of Sustainable Growth and Planning. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Keith, and colleagues. Good morning, councillors. It is my pleasure to present the quarterly progress report for the Managing for Growth portfolio. During quarter two, councillors continued to work in close collaboration with the Department of Transport and Main Roads and has provided extensive input into various aspects of the WAVE, formerly known as the Direct Sunshine Coast Rail Line, including the evaluation of proposals for Stage 1 of the WAVE, reviewing the project scope, a technical reference document for Stage 2 and the Banya station, and reviewing options for the proposed alignment and station locations for Stage 3 of the WAVE. Design of the new transport corridor, Section 1, Omra Avenue to Arthur Street, and Section 2, Arthur Street to Nicolin Way Industrial Avenue, is now complete. Construction contract documents, including specifications and environmental management plans, are now being finalised. A second 12-month public transport trial commenced this quarter in partnership with TransLink, with the new trial service from 6 a.m. until 6 p.m. on weekends connecting Sunshine Cove, Dalton Drive, Sunshine Plaza and Alexandra Headland, with the service running every 30 minutes. Council progressed to public tender for the procurement of a provider to support delivery of late-night transport trial to support the Nambour Special Entertainment Precinct. However, the public tender did not result in the award of a contract. Tenders closed for the detailed design of Sugar Road and Maud Street upgrade and are now being evaluated. Council and the Queensland Government continue to collaborate on the delivery of the Sunshine Motorway connection to the extension of Suncoast Beach Drive, and environmental assessments have commenced. Works continue to support a safe road network, including the completion of 404 road safety requests, which resulted in 82 work orders to improve road safety, the implementation of 2 speed limit reductions and 133 traffic signal issues resolved with 95% rectified prior to public notification. Documentation for the capture and condition assessment of community tenanted assets has been finalised. The documentation will provide assessors with Council's condition expectations during assessment, and this will now be applied portfolio-wide. 10-year capital planning has been finalised, with all community tenanted assets now having a 10-year plan. Where assets have reached end of useful life, functional and network assessments have been undertaken to determine replacement, intervention or decommissioning of these assets. The Ride Score program continued in quarter two, with Council attending 11 Ride Score schools to present end-of-year awards. Preparation was completed to onboard 3 new schools who will participate in the Ride Score program commencing in Term 1 of 2026. This has been another successful quarter for the Managing for Growth portfolio on the Sunshine Coast. I will now hand over to Jane Want, Director of Business Transformation and Performance. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, thank you, Deborah, and my other colleagues in the ELT, and good morning, councillors. It's my pleasure to present the quarterly progress report for organisational excellence. Council is undertaking Budget Review 2 for 2025-26 financial year to ensure the budget remains aligned with the forecast end-of-year position. In parallel, we continue to focus on delivering our financial sustainability plan with an emphasis on improving service effectiveness and strengthening how we operate as an organisation. This is supported by our digital plan, which has included a review of the strategic direction for enterprise applications and a roadmap to guide future digital investment to maximise community value. During the quarter, we collaborated with South East Queensland local governments through the Council of Mayors SEQ City Deal to contribute to the development of the Smart Region Digital Plan. This work positions Council to better leverage emerging technologies, improve service delivery, drive efficiencies and support sustainability. It also opens up opportunities to partner with the state and Commonwealth Government on shared priorities that will deliver not only a lasting impact for our region, but for the state more broadly. Council's cybersecurity program continued to maintain 0 reportable breaches throughout the last quarter. Council continues to prioritise customer experience with an overall customer rating of 6.95 out of 10. Efforts are focused on improving communication, responsiveness, access to services alongside upgrades to critical systems to enable more seamless and scalable service delivery, with major changes scheduled for implementation next quarter. Community insights continue to inform service delivery and the design of our service improvements for the community. And over this period, Council assisted over 83,000 customers through its contact centres with a trust rating of 6.7 out of 10 that Council acts in the community's best interests. This sits well ahead of the national average through trust indexes like the Edelman Trust Index. Council continues to advocate to both levels of government for investment into major infrastructure and projects. In the last quarter, we entered into 5 funding agreements with the Queensland Government, securing over $42 million to deliver commitments made during the 2024 state election. Our residents can expect to see these infrastructure projects taking shape over the coming year. We've continued Council's commitment to our people with over 48 training sessions over the last quarter. This training delivered demonstrates a strong commitment to values-driven leadership, wellbeing and safe, inclusive workplaces for our people. Programs focused on building trust, ethical leadership, effective communication and psychological safety with a clear emphasis on mental health and leader accountability. Together, the training supports our leaders and our staff to lead with empathy, integrity, while sustaining wellbeing and organisational performance. Council's Vibe program continues to guide our organisational initiatives aimed at enhancing employee experience and ensuring Council remains a great place to work, ultimately delivering for our community. These initiatives help ensure our decisions, our actions, our behaviours continue to reflect our organisational values of care, respect, trust, curious and connected. Similarly, our Wellbeing, Health and Safety Management Plan continued to advocate reinforcing our commitment to a safe, healthy workplace. The Contractor Safety Management Project is progressing with draft frameworks under review to integrate our human and organisational performance principles. Council progressed key climate-ready initiatives focused on emissions reduction and climate risk management, including collaboration with critical infrastructure providers to support greater community climate resilience. Thank you again to my fellow directors for the support provided during the last quarter. I will now hand back to Madam Mayor.
Thank you so much, Ms Want. Councillors, can I have someone to move the motion for this item? Councillor Broderick and a seconder, Councillor Hungerford. Councillor Broderick.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you, and thank you to our CEO and directors for all of the work put into those. At the risk of repeating anything that we've already been through, I just thought I would highlight a few of the things that have been brought up. The quarterly report, as you know, outlines how we're tracking against the activities that we committed to in the operational plan at the beginning of this financial year. And like we said, we're halfway through and on track with most of those. And one of our portfolio roles here, both Councillor Hungerford and I share the organisational excellence portfolio. So we're passionate about council being high-performing, agile and community-centred organisation. So you've heard many of the achievements from our leadership team already, and so I'm going to highlight just a couple of them. One of them is in regards to our digital plan. So during this quarter, we collaborated with the SEQ local governments through the Council of Mayors SEQ City Deal to contribute to the Smart Region Digital Plan. What this does is it positions council to better leverage emerging technologies, improve service delivery, drive efficiencies and support sustainability. It also opens the opportunity for co-investment and access to federal and state funding to help us along to get those things done like we need for housing, infrastructure and innovation. One of the other things I'm very excited about in our digital plan that we've rolled out this last quarter is the AI planning tool assistant to assist with both our employees and our residents with queries relating to your residential development. So you can jump online, put in your address and find out the things that you can and can't do. Can you build a shed? Let's find out. You can start with that planning tool first, so please go and check it out. We've also been able to we've arranged 5 funding agreements with the Queensland Government, securing $42 million to help make our community and our region even better than it is. So you'll see those happening over the next little while as well. So today we're also going to be talking about our budget review too. So we're going to get to that later on in this meeting. So our budget reviews are essential, just like Jane and Keith have spoken about, in order to ensure that we have financial sustainability, allowing us to monitor performance against financial targets and adapt to changing circumstances and to identify variances where we need to, allowing us to stay on top, be transparent and make sure we're accountable with our money. Couple of stats that I really loved in this were that this quarter we granted 428 community grant applications worth more than $1.5 million and helping out communities where they need it most and giving them the support and the uplift that they need to help deliver events and things that bring our communities together. One of the other things that I love that stood out about here is that we spent $89.8 million with our local business through procurement activities, which is 72% of our council's procurement spend, which is really important to recognise that 72% of everything that we've done here on the coast has been with our local businesses, which is fabulous. The other thing that I wanted to point out is we talked about the Ride Score program and how fabulous it was. Just wanted to point out that Division 1 took out top 2 positions for that and did really well this year with Baringa and Nirimba getting involved. So thank you to all of our teams and all of the incredible staff in council who work hard to deliver our essential services to the community. Couldn't do it without you. Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Broderick. Councillor Landsberg.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I also rise to support our quarterly report. Just a couple of things, councillors, and for obviously our community. Recently, Deputy Mayor Maria Suarez and myself attended a Chinooka event at the Quina Stadium in respect of the Jewish community. And I just want to say a thank you to Council in how quickly we reacted in terms of making that facility available. Our staff came in after hours and it was a real special show of support. And I just want to touch on one of our activity statements here in regards to it sits at 50%, which is deliver, shine a light on racism. And we do some wonderful work in that space, and I want to thank our community groups and especially our community members in council that are led by Jodie Fielding. But there's also a lot of work that we could look at doing in regards to interfaith community groups. And for me personally, it's important that we actually look to work towards groups that they can share their experiences and foster their relationships and share their different religious experiences. And I have discussed this with the CEO, and I did actually have a quick chat with Rabbi Oshi this morning as well. So it's an area that I think this council, I believe personally, that we should focus on much more. I know Toowoomba has an interfaith community group, and I believe it's probably rightly a good time for the Sunshine Coast to look towards that support. I've just heard, obviously, the officers speak in regards to wonderful news to hear about the second fibre optic sea cable coming into Maroochydore from Tabua. I mean, that's another amazing initiative, and to see the support from Google in regards to what they're going to spend behind us here with another data centre is an incredible support for our digital economy, but it really shows the growth of this region and what we're actually going to rely on in the future. Also, staff spoke about the CHAP, which is the Coastal Hazard Adaptation Precinct Plan. And I want to say thank you, Scott, to our council staff that engaged with the community down at Golden Beach. And a lot of those concerns in regards to Tropical Cyclone Alfred, the works with Bribie Island now with the dredging program. But it was a wonderful opportunity to bring our community along for the ride to look at all that infrastructure along the 3 kilometres from Diamond Head all the way up to Mooloolah Avenue, and get community input into understanding the type of public infrastructure we will have to upgrade and obviously modify into the future. But apart from that, yeah, thank you to council and the staff for the great work they do behind the scenes, and from Division 2, and I'm sure Caloundra, looking forward to the support today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Landsberg. Councillor Dixon.
Good morning, and through the Mayor. May I just say I was really impressed by the CEO and Director's speeches this morning. Very natural, flowing, you hit the points. You don't actually leave a lot for us to talk on. So that is actually a good thing, because it shows me as a councillor that the executive are right behind the things that they're doing and talking about. Well, today's a 300-page plus agenda, and there's a lot in it. And I think the most important part, because we can focus on the negative very easily, is that 94% of all our operational plan activities are progressing. That's pretty good. You know, when you think about an organisation this large, it tells us that we're hitting the mark, and we're not just talking about it with slogans, we're actually getting the work done. The Citizens Panel is quite new, and I actually think the CEO brought this idea to us when he joined council. And, you know, I was a bit sceptical at first, but actually seeing the process in work, we've actually had the community go through some of our budgeting and priorities, and a big issue for the community is the waste project. And we talk about waste, well, I hear it all the time, it's every week about curbside collections and free tip vouchers, and the CEO actually challenged our community representatives with that issue, and we've tasked them to bring a report back to us, which hopefully we can talk to the community about, because it is a big issue. You heard about the Stage 1 Moffat Beach seawall. Fantastic. Good to see some work on that. That's been going on for many, many years, and I'm grateful to see that work. You heard over 4,000 native trees at Honey Farm Road. One positive thing I see all the time, you know, when I'm out driving, is 800 plus new street trees. Can I just thank the staff members involved in that, because I actually had some street trees delivered outside my own house, which I didn't know about. It was a nice surprise. I came outside one day and there's about 10 plus new street trees, and I thought, hey, wow, I'm actually seeing this in my own street now. And I've seen it up Peter Crosby Way in Palmview. I've seen it on Karawatta Drive. I think the street tree program is undervalued by many. The community love it. It's such a small project in the scheme of things, but it's fantastic. And council get so many wins out of that. I think it's one thing we should keep driving and pushing, and a thanks to the team for doing that. We know we've had the Shorebird Conservation Plan endorsed, the Dog Exercise Area Plan. These are enormous strategies for the future. Again, we're not just talking, we're implementing our strategies. You heard about the AI development tool. Well, the idea of that was to make it easy for people at home, so they don't need to call council or come into the front desk. They can type in their scenarios into a prompt and find out what they can do and what they need to follow up with. But on balance, it's actually about reducing the workload for our staff so they can get back to assessing applications. The Crown Plaza at Maroochydore, 180 rooms approved. So that's actually going to bolster our conference and capacity for people to be in the region as we move into the Olympics. The Olympic Athletes Village, 1,800 new rooms, possibility for the future after the Games. That's enormous, and that's happening in Maroochydore. I'm talking about a fair bit here today. I'm trying to hit everything as much as I can. Transport and growth. We had our draft active transport plan, 124 surveys, 227 map contributions, 20 plus formal submissions. Probably could have got a lot more. I think that's an area of the community we could probably get more involvement in, because active transport is one of those things that we have to change. You just look at our road network, we can't go the way we're going. And in fact, the amount of negativity I'm hearing out there at the moment for the MRI, the Mooloolah River Interchange, people saying, oh gosh, the traffic's getting worse. The state have cut down thousands of trees. It's a bomb site, which it is. It shows us that we just can't keep doing road projects. We need to switch. And that's why we need better public transport. We need better active transport. It just shows us why road projects aren't always the answers. You heard early, 428 community grants, 1.5 million. 110,000 people attended council-run events. That's enormous. That is a massive figure. $89 million spent with local businesses, 15 major events, $12 million, and 83,000 customer contacts. And just on that, there was a stat, I think we're getting up to about a 7 out of 10 now in terms of people being satisfied with our customer service. I think it was a 6.9 out of 10 for our trust factor. That is getting better. We are improving. And I know that our customer service teams are working so hard and taking on so many inquiries. And to get close to a 7 out of 10 is pretty good. I know we've got a little while to go on that, but it's pretty fantastic if you ask me. With all the good things, and I'll just quickly wrap up, Madam Mayor, we've got the First Avenue streetscape that's been delayed due to Energex utility relocations, the Moffat Beach seawall remaining stages, weather's delayed us there, Caloundra Transport Corridor, it's been referred for the EPBC approval, and our strategic parking framework has not yet commenced. So there's a bit of work to go. Hope that is a bit of a summary for what's happening in the region, but on balance, I must say I think Council's doing a pretty fantastic job on that, but it's more so the Council staff, because they're the ones working out there in the pressure. It is a tough environment, and for all the negativity that we do here, I just want to say thank you. I want to say thank you for doing a good job.
Thank you, Councillor Dixon. Councillor Suarez.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. I have a few questions to start with.
Certainly.
I firstly just want to say thank you to the CEO, to the Mayor, and to a number of specific councillors who have done a lot of work in trying to address and mitigate the issues around homelessness. And so if the path to home ownership is temporary accommodation, supported accommodation, social housing and affordable housing, has the state government or the planned developer committed any of the planned 1,800 new homes that will be transitioned from the Olympic Village to become social or affordable homes, which would reduce our current shortfall on the coast? And I'm not sure who would be able to answer that question.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Suarez. I'm happy to answer that question. The reality is that we're still in the early phase of planning around the style and look of those. We're obviously in a negotiation both with the state and with our development partner around the shape and look of those properties that are going to be built. It is our intent, based on council policy, to try and secure as many social housing properties as possible. That's not a detailed answer, and I apologise for that, but it is certainly our intent to be making sure that we look at that. As far as the state's process on that, they pretty much left us to make our own mind up about that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. CEO. That's heartening to hear that we will certainly be advocating for that to be included, because I think it's a great opportunity. This question may be for Ms. Robinson. Thank you for highlighting the missing and walking links in active transport across the region with the consultation that's recently occurred. We had a separate consultation that was extended for specific active transport corridors to provide more time to share ideas on projects in Mooloolah, Maroochydore, Headland and Sippy Downs. Can you explain why these projects were singled out for consultation? Is it related to growth areas, current population, employment? What was the rationale?
Thank you, Councillor Suarez, and through you, Madam Mayor. Those projects were on the trajectory in terms of the consultation. So we have a number of projects that are either in planning stages or development stages or construction stages. And those were the projects specifically that were identified for this year so far to go out for consultation. So that is why, Councillor Suarez, those projects went out to consultation. Might I say that on the Mooloolah to University consultation, we probably need to go back to the public. We will need to go back to the public on that because we got a lot of feedback with regards to that infrastructure and particularly with regards to loss of on-street parking and people being concerned about reversing out of their driveways. So we will need to go back on some consultation on that. It's probably a second round, I think.
Thank you for that update. I have a further question. There's been ongoing lobbying from the development sector and changes from the state government in terms of direction of how we accommodate our growth here in the region. If the state government dictate that our council is to expand our urban footprint and deliver population growth in areas outside of those 4 key active transport projects, will council reprioritise where active transport projects need to be delivered?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Suarez, and through you, Madam Mayor. We understand that the state will, through the SEQ regional plan, look at the urban footprint and to determine whether or not that stays as it is or indeed expands. In the event that it does expand, then we would like to have a seat at the table in terms of those active transport routes to make sure we get those in early in any development that occurs, because as I've said, retrofitting is often quite difficult in existing suburbs. So we would like a seat at the table, and we will certainly, Councillor Suarez, be requesting that the active transport links are incorporated into any future master plan communities or any precinct design that occurs.
Okay, thank you. And through you, Madam Mayor, a further question perhaps for Ms Robinson. The medium density demonstration project is at 50%, and I understand that you're progressing refining options, looking at the feasibility. When will council be briefed on this project in terms of budget and delivery?
Thank you, Councillor Suarez, for the question, and through you, Madam Mayor. It's been on our books for some time, Councillor Suarez, as you'd be aware, since the introduction of the Environment Livability Strategy. So it's a project that we are very committed to. What we've been looking at is the medium density project. We would like to consider whether or not we do it in the form of council actually constructing something to show the industry and the community how medium density sits in our suburbs. But one of the things we've been looking at more recently in order to get that project off the ground, and we have been looking at feasibilities and sites, we've looked at site selection as well, but one of the things we've been doing is working with our urban design team and looking at projects that actually the industry have completed and projects that are coming up for commencement, and looking to see whether or not we can develop a guide of some description that talks and that talks to what is a good medium density project, so what is a good example of a demonstration project, and putting those up on council's website for the industry to see that projects that are either completed or have DAs, so they can see that those medium density projects are excellent, and they're the ones we want to point people to in the interim, because we're still looking at what are the opportunities for council to do its own medium density project.
Yep. Thank you for that. Just further question that's just popped up on that. So have you had those initial discussions with the industry, and if you have, what has been the feedback on that?
Thank you, Councillor Suarez. Through you, Madam Mayor, we've had a number of discussions with the likes of Stockland as an example, but we've also had individual discussions with the Housing Industry Association and the Master Builders Association as well on the Sunshine Coast, and the Urban Development Institute to see whether they'd be keen on partnering with us in terms of going forward and actually recognising some of those medium density projects and whether or not they could actually support us in the work we would be doing. So we have been having discussions, very early discussions. The reason we've had discussions with Stockland is they have lots of land, obviously out at Aura, and we've talked to them about whether or not they'd be willing to look at a medium-density housing project that aligns with our Yellow Book and our apartment and townhouse guides.
Thank you. I have some further questions, Madam Mayor. For various reasons, it's been challenging to get a comprehensive briefing on the work, all the work that's been undertaken under the ELS. So instead of highlighting all the team achievements, which has been done quite well by the officers and the CEO, I still have a number of questions. I'm not sure, I think it might be Scott Whitaker for this one. Tracks and Trails Network Planning has 3 major projects: Parklands, Glasshouse Mountains, Seven Peaks, and the Nambour to Coolum Trail. This activity is listed at 50% complete, and the forward actions appear to focus primarily on maintenance. When will the Regional Trails Project Control Group meet to discuss future planning and delivery of these trails?
Okay. Thank you. Mr Whitaker, coming to the microphone to respond.
Thank you, Councillor, for the question. Through you, Madam Mayor. I'll have to find out the details and take that on notice and get back to you, Councillor.
Thank you. We've just had a lot of community interest, particularly on a number of these trails, so it'd be great to move that forward. I also want to thank the CEO for suggesting a new method of hearing from the community with the citizens panels. We had one topic, which was the bulky waste collection panel. So my question is, what is the process going forward for Council to make a decision on the future of bulky waste collection?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Suarez. As far as that specific issue of bulky waste, we'll need to have a briefing with you on the issue of bulky waste. We've already done a little bit of work around that following the citizens panel, and then obviously a decision subsequent to that briefing and opinions being sought internally as well as from councillors. A report will be brought to council. The broader point about actually citizens panels and how decisions are taken as well, I believe that this is the first one that we've run, indeed the first one in Queensland. Our intent is to probably embed it more in the decision making for council as well. So I think the latter reports are going to result in the same sequence that I've just outlined, which is the citizens panel, the report from the citizens panel, then a briefing to councillors, and then should decisions need to be taken, it will be taken to council, either for noting, and all of them will be taken for noting, or for decisions if it's felt appropriate.
Thank you. I'm just trying to get clear on the process there. So with the reports, the feedback that we've gotten from the citizen panel, are they publicly available?
Yes, thank you for the question, and through the Mayor. Absolutely, they're available on our website. So the citizens panel reports are placed on our website and they're publicised. So I'd urge members of the community to go and have a look at those. So they're available. I don't know whether the waste report it is up there now as well. So that's up on the website.
Thank you. And just in terms of the process, meetings, briefings with council, report coming to councillors, with specific issues such as the bulky waste collection, will that also go through a further consultation process to the broader community because there's such financial impact?
Very good point. Thank you for the question, Councillor Suarez, and through the Chair, absolutely. So where there is a significant decision to be taken and where it is appropriate, it would be rather ironic, wouldn't it, if we didn't then go out to the broader community and consult on those issues. So absolutely, that would be the intent.
Thank you for that clarification. I also have questions about some levy projects, the Nambour administration buildings, waste and FOGOs, but I'll take those offline, Madam Mayor, when we get a meeting organised. If I can talk to the report, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
This quarterly report should be celebrated because the achievements are significant, especially considering the challenges that we face with the complex conditions we're navigating across social, political and environmental and financial fronts. Typically, I speak on the work of the teams involved. However, we look forward to understanding how the new structure continues to achieve the goals set in the Environment and Livability Strategy, as we are really proud of the good work and extensive work of the various teams and the opportunities that are provided to our community through the Environment Levy. On a separate topic, the Winter Olympics. I've had a bit of a Winter Olympics fever with Mila Stalker, a local community girl who was competing in 2 snowboarding events in Italy. Shout out to the Coolum Beach Hotel for opening their doors at 4 a.m. to host a watch party, and then at 11 p.m. another night. And also to Stacey Sheriff and Georgia Galton from Council who joined me on both of those early mornings. It's been a privilege to be involved in some of the earliest conversations that's helped bring the Brisbane 2032 Olympics to the Sunshine Coast. Olympic and Paralympic Games, I should say. Throughout this quarter, I've participated in a number of meetings where there is clear enthusiasm and a strong desire to contribute from the broader community without, I guess, a full awareness of the work that Council has actually been doing. I want to acknowledge the Mayor for her advocacy and on behalf of the Sunshine Coast as a member of the Brisbane 2032 Board, as well as Chair Bridie Keane and all members of the Community Legacy Group who have had a staunch focus on delivering legacy to our region. That input has been invaluable across a number of different sectors. To Grantley, Stacey, Georgia, Jasmine and previously Annette, who have achieved so much on behalf of Council with such a small team. With only 6 years to go, there is a huge amount to be done and that time is going to fly by. So I just wanted to show my appreciation, Madam Mayor, and say that we greatly appreciate the efforts of everyone involved. And that's all I will say about the quarterly report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Suarez. Councillor Johnston.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a question for Ms Robinson. Thank you, Deborah. My question to Ms Robinson is, although it's not specifically addressed in the quarterly report, could you, because the community is somewhat in the dark about the new town plan and the review, would you be able to give an outline so that the community can understand better as what remains to be done and when we're likely to see, you know, I can't hold you to specific dates, but when it's anticipated that Gazettal will finally occur?
Thank you, Councillor Johnson, for the question, and through you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Johnson, we received over 4,600 submissions to the proposed draft planning scheme. The team are currently reviewing those. There's a lot to get through, as you can imagine, and they've been on that trajectory of reviewing since submissions closed. I understand that there will be some councillor workshops in late May, early June to talk through with councillors in camera session those submissions and what they might look like, and then there'll be a process where the team will make some decisions around what needs to change or what needs to stay the same with regards to the proposed scheme. Obviously, we have to be careful because we advertised a certain scheme, and if we move too much away from that scheme, then we would have to go back out for public consultation. In terms of timeframe from there, Councillor Johnson, I would want it to happen. I would want things to move fairly quickly. However, that will be based on councillors and whether or not councillors are satisfied with any changes or progression of the scheme in its form or with the changes proposed. Of course, then it has to go back to the state, and that timeframe is out of our hands. The state is not obliged to have a timeframe. It took quite a while for it to come back from the state in the first instance. So I wouldn't want to stand here today, Councillor Johnson, and give you a date because some of those things are outside of Council's control. But the things that are within our control, we will try and move quickly to progress because we are getting a lot of questions from the community. So your point is very well made. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms Robinson, that's all my questions to you. It's greatly appreciated because it is something that many people in the community are wondering about and have been asking me questions about. I'd like to thank Councillor Dixon for summarising from a growth management perspective, the things, and I'd also like to thank the other councillors who've spoken and asked questions to draw out matters, etc. But I'd particularly like to speak about council's finances in a general way. One of the things that rarely gets spoken about in the quarterly report by the councillors is the matter in relation to council's finances and financial affairs. And I'd just like to thank our Chief Financial Officer, Keith Parsons, his staff, our CEO, and all people who are involved, because there have been many very, very difficult and hard decisions that not only that they've had to bring to us, but we've had to address and make decisions on in relation to the finances of this council. And I feel that it's important that they are recognised for the hard work and the honesty in which they have dealt with these matters in bringing them to council, and the help and assistance they've given us. So I just like to thank all departments, all of our directors, our CEO, Madam Mayor and fellow councillors for the hard work that they've done to ensure that the future of this council, financially and in many other ways, is on the right track.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. Councillor Burns.
Thanks, Madam Mayor, through you. It would appear today that Ms Robinson is the most popular ELT member, and I'm sorry, Ms Robinson, I've actually got two questions for you as well.
Ms Robinson, thank you. In case the other members weren't aware it was a competition, we've now determined that. Thank you.
Favourites is how that works, and probably just helping you get your steps up. I have two questions, really. The first one is in regards to the draft active transport plan, and to the questions that Councillor Suarez raised around particularly some of our most recent engagements. What considerations are being given within council around how we do community engagement and consultation regarding active transport projects on the Sunshine Coast? Because it's patently clear from our last efforts that we have not been doing this well. For an area that is so important, I'm just wondering if you're able to give some explanation as to how we're reviewing or considering that, please.
Thank you, Councillor Burns. Through you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for the question. I think there's been a lot of lessons learned, particularly from the Mooloolah University active transport route and the public consultation that we undertook. I think what is very clear, and I've spoken to the team about this, is that we designed a public transport route that basically impacted property owners, but we didn't speak to those owners first. And we went out with a plan. So I've spoken to the team and suggested that we start to look at very early engagement with landowners where an active transport route might come out the front of their properties, and have a bit of a chat about some of the things that are important to them and get some of their ideas about what they think we can do in regards to retrofitting active transport routes in front of people's properties. On that particular one, obviously the two main issues that came up were the two I mentioned before, which were loss of on-street parking and also people's concern about the safety and ability to get out of their driveways with cyclists or e-scooters or bikes coming past them, or indeed walkers. So the team, we are going to look at the way in which we engage and consult. So one of the things, rather than going out with a predetermined idea and asking the public what they think about that, particularly impacted properties, we would like to go out earlier, come up with a couple of options, again go back out to consult with the public on those options, and really involve those communities in the conversation rather than saying, here it is, what do you think? So that's an approach we're looking at taking.
Thank you. I really appreciate the reflection on that and the ability for us to adjust and consider that. And there's some really positive frames, I think. So thanks for outlining that. Just my other question is regarding the strategic parking framework in our corporate report. It's not progressing. It's kind of got the double red, which is not really what we want to see in the corporate plan. But Could you, we use the wording that to review the prioritisation of that work. Are you able to explain what that means? And the rationale for asking the question is purely that I'm sure other councillors are the same, but for me personally in Division 3, parking is an ongoing frustration, whether that's the parking of recreational vehicles, trailers, etc., whether it's overflow, in my instance, overflow hospital parking and significant pressures on residential parking areas. So a strategic parking framework would appear to be an absolute must for the region that is growing. What does it mean to prioritise that work or reviewing the prioritisation of it?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Burns, and through you, Madam Mayor. It's not a statistic I'm proud of when you have 2 red dots, one against time and one against budget, both non-compliant, basically. The strategic parking plan is something that is a must to do for this council. We have had a number of changes in parking policies across council over a number of years, and more recently Caloundra changes to the Caloundra parking situation. So I've asked the team to rescope that piece of work to look at a whole range of things, taking into account, of course, council's park and goes and multi-decks, and we know that there's been changes at Mooloolah, so it's a moving feast at the moment with parking, and that's probably because we don't have a strategic parking plan. And following from that, we don't have any local area parking plans either. So I've asked the team to rescope. That will still probably be read at the end of June, and I'd like to call that out now, and that's because the team are going back and re-looking at it in terms of what are the prioritisation we need to look at in terms of parking meters, on-street parking, park and go stations, at-grade car parks, etc. It is all very inconsistent across the region, so we need to look at that carefully, and we need to reprioritise the scope of the works to look at that. I anticipate, Councillor Burns, that we will have that scope finished by 30th of June, and then we will look to put on a consultant next year. So you'll see a budget bid for some consultancy work around that. While I've got the microphone, Madam Mayor, and if it's okay through you, there is also the Integrated Transport Strategy, which is a document that was done in 2019. There are a lot of changes that have occurred. State government obviously coming in and doing the wave and the direct Sunshine Coast rail line as well. So obviously those works and the business case being completed for Sunshine Coast public transport, but obviously no money committed to that at this stage. So the Integrated Transport Strategy needs to be looked at as well, because it is an older document. The other problem with the Integrated Transport Strategy is it sets targets for when it was done, 2019, and then it sets targets for 2040-ish, but it has no interim targets, so we don't even know how we're tracking. So one of the things I've asked the team to do is have a look at whether we can do just a piece of work around the Integrated Transport Strategy as well, because obviously the parking plan will work in with that as well. So there's a couple of pieces of work we need to really get onto, but that'll be next financial year.
Thank you, Ms Robertson. No more questions for you. No longer popular, but thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll just speak briefly to the report.
Thank you, Councillor Burns.
Thanks, CLT, for the really, I guess you gave a really great detailed understanding across the board around the corporate plan and how we're tracking as an organisation. We're a fast-growing region, and with that comes a lot of opportunity, but with it comes equally the challenges that we've just been exploring around infrastructure that may not be up to scratch in terms of our active transport. That is active transport is the ability to walk, wheel, ride, scooter, whatever it might be, safely around the region so that we can get out of our vehicles and do that sort of stuff. That's a really big thing, it's an important thing, but it's challenging when we're fast growing. Equally, parking frameworks, equally the rest of the stuff that's explored in here is challenged by a fast growing region. So as a region, we do need to continue to progress forward, and I'd continue to encourage and challenge the council that we'll need to be making some brave and bold calls in the coming years. We've got 6 years to go, as Councillor Suarez reminded us, in regards to the Olympics, and what is required for us to be ready in that regard is significant. And so the challenge is, yep, we need to continue to run our business well, but actually the running of this business is for a future, again, that is not ours and is not now. We cannot make a decision based on where we are today, expecting a different result tomorrow. We do need to be making those forward-looking decisions and actions that will see us in a good place into the future. So thank you to the staff, thank you Mr CEO and the ELT for your leading in that, and to the council staff across the organisation. This is an important work. It's a work that actually impacts people on the daily, right out the front of their door. This is not stuff that is discombobulated in another world that doesn't make sense to people. People see it, they feel it, and they either appreciate it or they really dislike it, but it is their experience. And so our job is important in that regard, because we actually assist and improve not just the sustainability of the region, but how connected we are and how actual capacity we have to be a livable and thriving region into the future. So thanks for the work in this, and we look forward to seeing more of it continue.
Thank you, Councillor Burns. Councillor Law.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. Fascinating conversations and questions today. It's been quite interesting around our progress on how we're doing this year. Speaking with a very focused look at our strong community and recognising that a small team with the smallest budget in council are achieving incredible things for our community. Because without community, we have no Sunshine Coast. It's community that makes everything that we have here, and we need to work really hard to help our community get along and achieve that description of being a cohesive community that works together to achieve great things. But I get concerned from time to time that we're not making progress in that direction. But then wonderful things happen that tell me and show me that we are. And the work and dedication of the Maroochydore Community Centre, who have brought back from the ashes the Sunny Coast Sleeper. And it's now providing accommodation for 9 people each night, or sorry, 3 nights in Maroochydore, and starting to provide a service over in Nambour, where it is very, very needed and very necessary, and is one of the few, if not only, emergency, no questions asked shelter that a homeless person can go to have a good night's sleep on the coast at the moment. And the work that our community development team have done with not only Maroochydore Centre, but also with some very key stakeholders over in Nambour, collaborating with the Department of Housing and the Housing Minister to come up with more solutions. And we wait for our next meeting and to hear what the outcomes of that work have been through the quarter that we are exactly looking at. Our teams brought together the community groups, worked very hard and presented a very comprehensive and detailed report back to the Housing Minister. And that for me is one of the highlights of the work of that team of the quarter. While they were doing that, they've done a whole bunch of other things. They've made progress on our youth plan. They've made progress on the All Abilities Action Plan. And they've made progress through our Multicultural Advisory Group to advance and develop the welcoming cities. That's also include making sure we have representation and that we're helping people who are involved in the PALM scheme. So the work that is done is remarkable. And in amongst the strong community, we're also delivering on our libraries program. And our libraries are doing extremely well, and they provide knowledge and education and experience from the very, very youngest people through to the oldest people in our community. When we had that hot weather and extreme weather, what do you hear the media suggesting that you do? Go along to the library and get cool there, or shelter from the weather there. Our libraries provide services that you wouldn't necessarily think of being a logical library service, but that's the library services of the future, and it's very exciting what they achieve. But while our team do amazing work, we mustn't overstretch them, and we mustn't do the work of others. And our Multicultural Advisory Group do fantastic work, and working with the Sunshine Coast Multicultural Network, they provide a lot of opportunities for multi-faith activities to occur. And for many years have been making sure that the Multi-Faith Harmony Day service takes place. And please, for Jodie, who leads the team, and for yourself, John, CEO, please can we ensure that any work that is requested around multi-faith work is directed and given to the Minister for Multiculturalism. Now, we're fortunate that that minister represents right here on the Sunshine Coast. So our role in getting a multi-faith network set up is pleased to be directed to the minister responsible, who has the funding to do that, and provides funding through the Nambour Community Centre and the Calandra Community Centre with the settlement workers, and provides funding to the Sunshine Coast Multicultural Network Group, who are already well engaged and making great progress in this. Our community team cannot take on anything else. We need to direct these sorts of requests, as we do with our housing requests, to the housing minister, and we collaborate with our community to make very good things happen. On a final note, as I heard mentioned somewhere else in a place filled with elected representatives of our community, the Sunny Coast Sleeper needs volunteers to make it happen. You can make donations to them, which will help make it stay on the road. But we need volunteers. And I would think it's worthy to mention that as the only service, I am extremely disappointed that the Housing Minister specifically said he would not provide funding for this service. Unbelievably disappointing, but as a community, we will continue to provide those 9 nights as often as we can through our volunteers and community donations, and I thank the community for their support.
Thank you, Councillor Law. Councillor Banya.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, and good morning, everyone. I wasn't going to speak, but Councillor Law has inspired me, and it's always good when your colleagues and your co-portfolio councillors inspire you, and Councillor Law certainly does. His passion for community and community building is something to really be admired and appreciated. So thank you, Councillor Law. Look, you know, when we go through election cycles all the time, and there's this, you know, narrative that we need to get back to basics. And I have to admit, I fell into that temptation to talk about that during the last election, and to an extent, I'm glad that I did. But when I look at our quarterly progress report, you know, I see that this council is not a basic council at all. It's probably reflective of the fact that we'll be talking about our budget review later today, that we are indeed a council that actually invests over and above providing basic services to our region. And it's things like homelessness that actually is a perfect example of that very, very issue. You know, we talk about basic services that councils provide, roads, rates, rubbish. Well, you know, I don't see any sort of legislative responsibility that falls on council to provide emergency housing for people. I don't see a legislative responsibility for us to be connecting people to housing services, to welfare services. I don't see a legislative responsibility for us to be providing support to community centres who provide assistance to people who are rough sleeping, suffering homelessness. And you know what? That's what this council does. You know, through the Mayor, through her discretionary funding, she has actually supported the Sunny Coast Sleeper and their volunteers to get off the ground. I'm one of the volunteers. I'll be there tomorrow night between 8 and 10. If you want to come and help load some people onto the bus, come help. If you want to donate some money, please do. But the reality is, this is not the work of a local government. This is not the work of a local government. This is the work of a state and federal government who should really be taking stock of the things that are basic services that state and federal governments provide, and that is housing supply. That is about making sure that there is the right type of housing for people. Because when I hear these messages from the state government, oh, we've housed 22 people, well, that's a revelation. The Department of Housing providing housing to people. I should bring spare socks off because that completely blows them off, doesn't it? The reality is that as a council, we have worked in good faith with the state government dealing with their problems. And I am really, really looking forward to hearing Sam O'Connester, the Minister for Housing, come up to Nambour on a 50-cent fare and announce what supports he will be giving that community and the broader Sunshine Coast. Because what we have seen over the last 12 months is that homelessness on the Sunshine Coast is not the issue of a single postcode. It is not actually the issue of a single local government association. It is the issue of an entire region in southeast Queensland. And the work that we have done through our operational plan and through our teams led by Jodie Fielding has been extraordinary, and it has been picking up the work that others should be. So from my perspective, I want to thank our staff. I want to thank our response services officers who go out to these places each and every day and connect with people who are rough sleeping, have the hard conversations, and do the work that others should be. So for me, it's about celebrating not just the fact that we are doing the basics oh so well, but that we are going over and above to help people in our region and to help other levels of government. So thank you to the staff and to the councillors who have been supporting our staff doing that work.
Thank you, Councillor Bunag. Councillors, we have heard from our executive, the CEO, and from each of you about quite a number of our achievements, about the work that we completed in Q2. 83,000 customer contacts, the Sunny Coast Sleeper, that we as a council will partner with churches to help them provide safe sleeping this winter. Roads, seawalls, street works, the submarine sea cable. Did you know that on the east coast of Australia, submarine sea cables either come into Sydney or Maroochydore? That's it. That's the role we play in the data network space. Our AI planning assistance tool, our festivals, the Big Pineapple Festival, Sculpture on the Edge, wonderful festivals supporting our community and supported by our community. Fireworks across the Sunshine Coast from Coolum to Caloundra, midnight at Mooloolah Bar. Our public transport trials, Sunshine Cove through Maroochydore to Alex, and of course, our late night bus that we are trialling that allows people to get to and from Ocean Street. The Citizens Panel, we've heard a number of speakers today talk about that program. I'm very proud of what we as a council are doing and working with our community in that space. The Olympic and Paralympic Games of 2032. Every day I put on this badge with a 7 on it that says 7 years to go. But as we've rightly acknowledged here today, it's less than 6.5 years. So I look forward to July when I get the new number that says 6 years to go. It is a reminder, though, of how much work there is to do and how committed we are as a council to working with the state and with our community to deliver that infrastructure, because it is all about the legacy. It is all about after 2032, when we look back at the Sunshine Coast and say it was worth it. The way we are, the legacy we've achieved, that all of the work is worth it and that our community is better off as a result. That's our aim. So my sincere thanks to all of our staff, to the people who work in delivering this plan, from the CEO to the members of our executive and everyone, as well as my fellow colleague councillors who also work with the teams to deliver on this operational plan. Thank you for that. Thank you for continuing as we go beyond. It's unusual for us when we look at a quarter report, we're talking about what happened at the end of last year, which already starts to seem like a distant memory by the time we're at the end of February. But this is what we're talking about, and I'm very proud of the work that we do. Councillor Broderick, would you like to close? No? Okay. Well, enough has been said. Great. Thank you, councillors. I'll now put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? And the motion is carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay. We move now to item 8.2, the development application for a variation approval to establish a residential community at 239 Wisers Road, Buderim. Councillors, I, Councillor Rosanna Natoli, notify that I have a declarable conflict of interest for item 8.2 to be considered at today's ordinary meeting. Due to the fact that a submitter of the item to be discussed, Mr Ashley Douglas Fry, participated in my election campaign by handing out how to vote cards over a number of days. I note I have no ongoing relationship with Mr Fry. In addition, Councillor Joe Natoli, who is a related party of mine, may have been assisted by Mr Fry during his election campaign as well. In consideration of my declarable conflict of interest, I am of the opinion that I can participate in the discussion and vote on the matter. And in doing so, my participation will not lead to a decision that is contrary to the public interest. Further, I acknowledge the eligible councillors must, by resolution, decide my participation or otherwise in making a decision on the matter. So I will vacate the chair while this vote is undertaken, and I invite the Deputy Mayor to take the chair.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, in accordance with Section 150 ES 3B of the Local Government Act 2009, I now call for a councillor to move that Mayor Natoli either stay or leave the chamber for the duration of the discussion and decision on this matter, noting that Councillor Joe Natoli also has a declaration to make and is ineligible to vote on this matter. Councillors, should the majority decide it is in the public interest for the Mayor to stay in the meeting for the duration of this matter, reasons for this decision will need to be recorded in the minutes. So, councillors, do I have someone to move a motion that the Mayor either stay or leave the meeting? Councillor Landsberg, what would you like to move?
Thank you. Oh, sorry, Deputy Mayor. I'd like to move item 4. The interest is not considered to be sufficient to undermine the ability of the councillor to form an impartial view and exercise their vote in the public interest.
Thank you, Councillor Landsberg. Do I have a seconder for the motion? Councillor Bunnag. Are there any questions from councillors before I put the motion to the vote? I have a question. Madam Mayor, it's my usual practice to ask the conflicted councillor whether or not they had any discussions with the submitter on this item that we are going to be discussing today.
Thank you for the question, and I have had no discussions with the submitter or anyone else over this particular matter that's going to be considered today.
Thank you. All right, I will now put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? It's carried unanimously. And I will vacate the chair and return to the Mayor.
Councillors, in accordance with Section 150 ES 3B of the Local Government Act of 2009, I now call for a councillor to move that Councillor Joe Natoli either stay or leave the chamber for the duration of the discussion and decision on this matter, noting that as Councillor Joe Natoli is a related party of mine, I will not vote on this matter either. Yes. Before we get to moving the motion, Councillor Natoli, if you'd like to describe the interest.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I, Councillor Joe Natoli, notified that I have a declarable conflict of interest in item 8.2 to be considered at the ordinary meeting on Thursday, the 26th of February 2026. Councillor Rosanna Natoli, a related party of mine, was assisted in her 2024 election campaign by the submitter, Mr Ashley Doug Fry, by handing out how-to-vote cards. Mr Fry may have handed out how-to-vote cards while assisting the campaign for Councillor Rosanna Natoli. I have no ongoing relationship with Mr Fry, as he has left the Sunshine Coast, now living in Bribie Island, no longer a resident, and had no contact in regards to this matter at all.
Thank you, Councillor Natoli. Now, councillors, should the majority decide it's in the public interest for Councillor J Natoli to stay in the meeting for the duration of this matter, reasons for this decision will need to be recorded in the minutes. Could I have someone please move either that Councillor Natoli stay or not? Councillor Burns.
Thanks, Madam Mayor, through you. It would be number 4, interest is not considered to be sufficient to undermine the ability of the council to form an impartial view and exercise their vote in the public interest.
Thank you, Councillor Burns. May I have a seconder? Councillor Broderick. Thank you, Councillor Broderick. Any questions before I put that to the vote? Thank you, Councillor Suarez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. True to form, Councillor Joe Natoli, I know you stated that you hadn't discussed this topic, but I just wanted to clarify that there were no discussions on this topic in the past or recently.
No, in fact, I didn't even know he was a submitter until I actually read, so I've had absolutely no contact in regards to this matter.
Any other questions, councillors? No, I will put the matter to the vote, noting that I won't participate in the vote. All those in favour of the resolution? And the matter is carried by all of the eligible councillors to vote. Thank you. Okay. We move now to the presentation and welcome Ms Patey to the microphone. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Mayor and councillors. I'm presenting to you today a report on a development application for a preliminary approval for a material change of use, including a variation request and a development permit for operational work being bulk earthworks. The site is located at 239 Wisers Road, Buderim, and is known as Wisers Farm. The application is subject to impact assessment under the Sunshine Coast Planning Scheme. The application is before council for a decision because it involves a variation request. The site is located at 239 Wisers Road and is situated between Wisers Road to the south and the Sunshine Motorway to the north. To the east and west of the site are existing low-density residential lots forming part of the North Buderim residential area. On the northern side of the Sunshine Motorway is the master planned Sunshine Cove development. Thank you. Thank you. These images from Google Street View illustrate the site from the road frontages with views from Wisers Road at the top of screen and views from the motorway at the bottom of screen. The site is included in the Emerging Community Zone in the Sunshine Coast Planning Scheme. The Emerging Community Zone seeks that development is undertaken in accordance with a plan of development that appropriately addresses site constraints, local plan provisions, a mix of land uses and housing types, infrastructure needs, connected movement networks, as well as character and amenity considerations. The application, including the variation request, provides for the future development of the site as generally shown on the precinct's plan. The variations sought allow for future development to be subject to code assessment, with such development having to comply with both the existing planning scheme and the preliminary approval document. The proposed future development would be low to medium density residential in nature, with a height limit of 8.5 metres, an overall dwelling cap of 420 dwellings, and with provision for a centrally located local park and a local centre. On this plan, the residential precincts are pink, while drainage and environmental reserves are dark green, and the proposed local park is light green. The development would be accessed via a central spine neighbourhood collector street, connecting Wisers Road with Sunshine Cove Way to the north via an underpass under the Sunshine Motorway. An indicative master plan has been submitted, which shows an indicative future proposed layout. The developer is intending to develop the site primarily for dwelling houses on lots varying in size from a minimum of 180 square metres for terrace lots to approximately 600 square metres for lots adjacent to the western boundary of the site. This would provide for a transition between the existing low-density residential subdivision to the west and future small lot residential development within the site. The future development would be set within large areas of open space, comprising reserves for drainage, ecological protection, landscape buffering, and local park. The application was publicly notified for 6 weeks in accordance with the Planning Act. 60 properly made submissions were received, with 49 in opposition to the proposal. Submissions raised concerns about traffic impacts, flooding, population density and character, visual impacts, ecological impacts, and the proposed variations to the planning scheme. All of these issues have been addressed by the development proposal and supporting material, as outlined in the detailed assessment report. The submitted map shows that the majority of submissions opposing the development are from residents of Sunshine Cove to the north. Most of these submissions raised concerns about the proposed vehicle connection between the subject development and Sunshine Cove Way via the underpass under the Sunshine Motorway. There are a number of key assessment considerations for the proposal. Firstly, the site is subject to flooding. However, the development will achieve the required flood immunity through the proposed bulk earthworks. Overall, the proposal would result in improvements to the existing flooding conditions of the motorway and Wisers Road, as well as properties in Palmyra Crescent, and would achieve the outcomes of the Flood Hazard Overlay Code. The site contains ecologically important areas which are primarily retained and protected in Environment and Drainage Reserve, with impacts avoided and minimised, consistent with the outcomes of the Biodiversity, Waterways and Wetlands Overlay Code. With regard to transport networks, the primary street access for the development is via a roundabout on Wisers Road with a central spine neighbourhood collector street running through the site and connecting with Sunshine Cove Way to the north via an existing underpass. This access is consistent with the planning scheme and previous approvals for the subject site and Sunshine Cove to the north. The connection will benefit residents of both the proposed development and Sunshine Cove by reducing the need to travel out to the major road network in order to access nearby uses. Furthermore, Council has undertaken investigations which reveal that traffic volumes on the connection would be under 3,000 vehicles per day, which is the typical traffic volume limit for a neighbourhood collector street. The Department of Transport and Main Roads has provided its support for the connection and has required that it be designed as a bus route with indented bus bays and crossings, similar to that already provided along the Sunshine Cove Way to the north. The scale and character of the proposed development would be consistent with the Buderim local plan and the height of buildings and structures overlay. Small lots are proposed, but an appropriate transition between the larger lots of North Buderim and the smaller lots in the development in Sunshine Cove would be achieved by the proposal. Environment and drainage corridors and landscape buffering will break up the urban form and will also screen and soften the development from existing road frontages. The proposed local park is central to the development and is expected to generally meet the needs of the community, subject to an additional small local park being provided in Precinct 2, which has been conditioned. The recommendation is that Council receive and note the report, approve the combined application subject to the imposition of conditions of approval as outlined in the amended Appendix A, note its intention to consider a benefited area levy, and note all future requests for a negotiated decision and changes to the approval to be determined by delegation where such changes would not have a material impact on the outcome of the original decision.
Thank you, Ms Pacey. Ms Patey, may I have a mover for the motion? Councillor Johnston, and a seconder, Councillor Dixon. Councillor Johnston.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you to the planning staff for presenting this recommendation. It's not my usual practice to interfere in the matters associated with other divisions or to even move a resolution or a recommendation in relation to development in another division. However, Councillors Hungerford and Bunnag are the adjoining councillors and are affected in relation to this, and they have discussed with me their wish to put forward an amended recommendation, which I think is reasonable. And as, together with Councillor Dixon, as the growth management councillors, we've offered to move the original motion so that they can then put forward their amended resolution or recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. Councillor Dixon.
Good morning through you, Madam Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Johnson. You know, this is a really interesting one for me, and I think it's a good test of mettle, because if you go through the planning scheme that we've just gone through in terms of public exhibition, people like myself got absolutely hammered. And I won't say it's by everyone, but by elements of the community saying, we don't want high-rise on beaches, we don't want enormous high-density living. And I've said, well, that's okay. What do you want? And they said, we want something a little more modest. We want to reduce some of those heights, and we just want something that's a bit more sympathetic. So here we are today. A development right on the city centre's door, 8.5 metres in height. I think it's a bit undercooked, to be honest, right on the city's doorstep. But what is interesting, though, is that the lack of community submissions. You go through the report, I was astounded to see the lack of community interest in this development. So it's an interesting one for me, because does it show that the community are on board with this type of development? Does this fit their growth agenda? I don't know. I think that's a larger discussion that we need to have. But what is of note is that, on balance, those who objected live nearby at Sunshine Cove. In fact, I think their key issue would be the trafficability and road connection, which a lot of them obviously do not support, but has been in the long-term planning for this development. But if we go back a bit, why are we here? Well, there was a 2012 court approval, 570 dwellings, which, you know, quite substantial for the land. And this has now been reduced to 420. So we talk about being sympathetic to the environment and the local residents. This certainly is. 8.5 metres in height. 1,500 square metre local centre. We've got landscaping to Wisers Road, to the Sunshine Motorway, which I think we absolutely need, because that is a huge corridor for people coming in and out of the Sunshine Coast. You need that buffering, and I think that was the smart call, just like Sunshine Cove got on the Sunshine Motorway. Officers have been pushing for 6,200 square metres of a central park and hopefully a 1,500 square metre local park as well. Noting that these residents will have access to local Buderim Village Park on the hill, the assets of Sunshine Cove, which they will be quickly connected to. In fact, I think it'll be great for North Buderim to have a connection through this development, through Sunshine Cove into Maroochydore, far safer, away from heavy vehicle traffic. We know that the estimated charges are about $8.4 million, just in terms of the contributions that are required. But of note, a benefit area levy, I'm seeing this pop up more and more. And in fact, you know, I wish we had a benefit area levy in Palmview, and I'll tell you why. A quick story. people in Brightwater, I say Brightwater, it's Mountain Creek, but Brightwater's the suburb there, the estate name. And I get told all the time, why can't my suburb be like Brightwater? It's just a fantastic estate. It looks like it's just been developed by the developer. Well, the truth is, the council embedded with Stockland at the time a benefit area levy from day one. So if you moved in, I think the charge is, let's say it's $98 now. It's actually quite small. It's reduced over time just because of the amount of people now living in there. And it's a showcase. In fact, people say, when are we going to get that? We want that level of service. Well, the truth is the residents are paying for, those extra cuts and garden servicing and whatnot. But it's good to see that we're going to have a development so close to the city centre that will be taken care of and get the attention it needs. Because if there's one thing that people talk about, it's about those essential presentation measures. What does the suburb look like? What does it feel like? Not having graffiti, having tidy gardens, all those things really add up. And I think people, particularly in Brightwater, talk about it all the time. And of note, Madam Mayor, I rarely get a request to take that charge off the levy. In fact, I've been the councillor there now since Councillor Chris Thompson left, and I think I've had 2 or 3 requests for the levy to go, which is nothing. I want to make this point. We knew this development was coming. In fact, we've known for a long time, and we made changes in the 2014 scheme to accommodate it. And the rubber's hitting the road now. The site's been sold. I don't know the exact sale figure that it sold for. I've been told it's $90+ million. I don't know. I can't confirm that. But to residents out there asking the question, why aren't we buying this land and turning it into a community park? Well, Councillor Ted will correct me here, but I think for every 1% rate increase, you're looking at about $3 million of revenue, a bit more than that, 3.3. Could you imagine how much we'd need to put the rates up to buy a $90+ million piece of land? Then we don't put homes on it because everyone wants a home right now because they can't get one. Then we don't have any low-rise density and we just have to continually build tall buildings on the beach. I don't think you can please everybody. This is a reasonable outcome, I believe, for the site. The connections, the road, the densities, the look and feel, the local parks, I think it's going to be a great development for Maroochydore. I'll let the local councillor talk a bit more on it, but this has my full support today.
Thank you, Councillor Dixon. Councillor Bunnag.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to start with a few questions, if I could, please, through you, Madam Mayor. Ms. Patey, the Councillor Dixon just talked about the setting. It's a rural farm setting. Is it a farm that's in operation at the moment?
Through you, Madam Mayor, no, it's not in operation at the moment.
Thank you. I want to now talk about the road connection underneath the motorway that's proposed. So in the assessment report, which is fantastic, thank you very much, through you, Madam Mayor, makes reference to the link on the Sunshine Cove side of the motorway as part of the preliminary approval document for that development, which was approved in 2004. So my question is, when Sunshine Cove was first approved, was there an intent that there would be a connecting road to the other side of Wise's Farm under the motorway?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, the way the conditions were structured for the Sunshine Cove, the overall prelim approval, and also for the historical prelim approval, which exists for the subject site now, would be that the last person to develop of the two sides would have to construct the link. So that's under those current approvals now. So because the Sunshine Cove side is developed first, the link did not have to be constructed by them. If the application that had been approved through the court back in 2012 had proceeded and been developed in accordance with that, that prelim approval had a condition which required them to provide that link.
Thank you, Ms. Patey. So it's fair to say that this is not a new plan. This has been a plan that's been in place in terms of a connection being built through from Wise's Farm to Sunshine Cove for about 20 years by the look of it.
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, that's correct, and it's reflected in the current planning scheme as well since 2014.
Thank you, Ms. Patey. Through you, Madam Mayor, I have a number of other questions around the road, so apologies for that, and to my colleagues. Sunshine Cove Way itself, the reference in the preliminary approval for the Sunshine Cove development in 2004 used terminology of a minor collector bus route, which was reflected in the Maroochydore Plan 2000. Just a fun fact, I was 9 years old at the time. Can you talk to me about what the features of a minor collector route are in terms of road width? You know, are those roads built to take, you know, higher volumes than your typical local suburban road?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'd like to invite the Principal Transport Engineer to answer that question.
Thank you.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the minor collector bus route is a neighbourhood collector street, similar to, in our current planning scheme, a neighbourhood collector street. Back in 2004, or in the early part of Sunshine Cove, it was a distinction between a neighbourhood collector that was different then, that did not have to allow for a bus route. So the differences for a bus route was that it had to have indented parking and allow for 2 lanes of travel at all times. And so that is similar to how through the subject site is providing 2 lanes of travel and bus stops. There is how we deal with cyclists through that street has moved along since the early 2000s, our current planning scheme. So we have a different way of treating on-road cyclists or cyclists along the corridor, but essentially it's the same way of allowing for buses on a 2-lane street. The traffic volumes that we're talking about in a minor collector bus route are similar to now in terms of, for a neighbourhood collector, keeping those volumes below 3,000 vehicles per day.
Thank you, Mr Taylor. Councillor?
Madam Mayor, while you're there, I might just talk about the engineering and traffic assessments then. So in the report it makes reference, as you've referred to, under 3,000 vehicles per day. Do we have an indication at the moment of how many vehicles use Sunshine Cove Way at a present day stance?
Through you, Madam Mayor, it depends on where you are on Sunshine Cove Way. So I guess the section that we're talking about and being a neighbourhood collector is the bit immediately north of the motorway. It's that separate section, which currently has about 500 lots in it. It's only one way in and out, is over a bridge. That is actually larger than the subject development that we're talking about. So once you get over that bridge, we're then getting into a district collector nomination. So Sunshine Cove Way, the closer you get to Maroochydore Boulevard, it goes up in its road hierarchy and also goes up in its traffic volume.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, I've got a few more questions for Ms Patey in terms of planning. So the State Referral Agency, SARA, have made reference to this link in their response to Council. Have they endorsed the requirement for this link road to be constructed from a state interest perspective?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, that's correct. The conditions require the road, including the link, to be designed as a bus route, and there is also an approved plan in amongst their approval material that specifically highlights, if you like, with an annotation, that link under the motorway.
Thank you, Ms Patey. Final question in regards to planning through you, Madam Mayor, and then I have a question for Mr Booker. In terms of the way that Sunshine Cove is configured at the moment, you could almost describe it as a giant cul-de-sac. And from a planning perspective, is that best practice? Is it best practice to actually provide a certain number of access points to an estate under our planning scheme when we have a number of residences? So 500 is the number that's been quoted just recently by Mr Taylor. Under our planning scheme, is it desirable to have 2 accesses as is proposed here?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, it is desirable. It is also required in the planning scheme. It allows communities to be connected to each other, and it allows for the flow through of not just vehicle traffic but pedestrian and bicycle traffic as well between communities, local communities in particular like this one.
Thank you, Ms Patey. Through you, Madam Mayor, my last question on this is to Mr Booker. So, Mr Booker, get to the lectern. So in terms of, we've made reference to the fact that this is a low-lying area. For people who aren't aware, this is quite a low entry underneath the Sunshine Coast motorway. Through you, Madam Mayor, Mr Booker, can you tell us how, from a flood immunity perspective, that road will function, that linked road, and what mitigations are going to be required to make it safe and flood-free?
Thank you, Councillor. Through you, Madam Mayor. So that connection is isolated from the larger catchment that flows through the site. The catchment is of a size where standard measures that are used in urban drainage through a pipe drainage system combined with major flows going through the road corridor can adequately manage those flows in accordance with the Queensland Urban Drainage Manual. So preliminary design of that has been provided to Council as part of the application showing that it is feasible, and as part of the operational works application that will be refined further.
Thank you, Mr Booker. Madam Mayor, councillors, I'd like to propose an amendment to the motion to include an additional condition and also replace condition 70 as it currently stands within the appendix. Noting that I've circulated these amendments to my colleagues earlier, Madam Mayor, for clarity, I'd like to outline them in a bit more detail if I could. So, respect to condition 38A regarding external works is to read as follows. Zebra crossings on raised platforms must be provided on Sunshine Cove Way. The works must be constructed in accordance with an operational work approval and, unless otherwise agreed with Council, must A, be constructed prior to lodgement of plan sealing of the first stage of development in precinct 3 or 4. B, be provided in place of the existing refuge island crossings at the following locations. On the eastern leg of the Sunshine Cove Way Harvey Chase roundabout. 2, on the southwestern leg of the Sunshine Cove Way and Buderim Circuit roundabout. 3, on the western leg of the Sunshine Cove Way Sunrise Drive intersection, except that an assessment must also be made, certified by an RPEQ, an engineer, and submitted with the operational work application identifying the most appropriate location on Sunshine Cove Way at this intersection for the replacement of raised pedestrian platform crossing, including consideration of moving it to the eastern leg of the intersection, taking into account available site, distance and speeds. This may require removal and or realignment of existing path connections. 5, on the western leg of the Sunshine Cove Way Amity Avenue intersection. C, modify the carriageway and drainage as necessary to maintain safe travel on existing on-road bike lanes. And D, include street lighting. Further, I propose removing condition 70 as it currently stands and replacing it with as follows. The 6,200 square metre public local park in Precinct 1 and the additional public local park required in Precinct 2, required by this preliminary approval, must be designed with the following features, standards and attributes. A, direct and publicly accessible road frontage for a minimum 2 sides or minimum 50% of the perimeter, generally regular in shape, i.e., I'm not even going to try and pronounce that, rectangular, and approximately similar in width and length, graded to a maximum 1:33 and minimum 1:50 for the passive and active recreation areas. D, flood immunity in accordance with the planning scheme for development works. E, standards matching Council's Recreation Parks Plan 2021 to 2031 and the planning scheme policy for development works required for a local park. F, include public amenities that 1, comply with Council's open space landscape infrastructure manual or an equivalent level of performance. 2, achieves a minimum 1% annual exceedance probability flood immunity. 3, includes at least one peoples with disability cubicle designed as a modular unit, provides a council maintenance tap in close proximity, 5 provides access compliant with AS 1428 designed for access and mobility and all relevant portions, including connection to council's road verge path network. Embellishments in accordance with the planning scheme policy for development works, with the exception of the provision of public amenities, and in accordance with council's open space, LIM, or an equivalent standard as agreed with council. Vehicle restriction devices, for example, bollards and maintenance, access and emergency services access points, in accordance with council's open space, LIM, or an equivalent standard as agreed with council. I, roadside parking allocation for a council waste services truck and a maintenance vehicle signed appropriately with bins located no more than 50 metres away. Provide power supply to the park, including a metered supply point designated in accordance with council's open space LIM standards. K, provide a water meter of sufficient size to service the public amenities and other water take-off points. L, through connections to the pedestrian and cycle paths of the wider estate pedestrian network. M, free of encumbrances that are not directly related to the delivery of the park. For example, transformers, pump stations, substations, overland flow, underground services not related to the park. N, required service connections for a local park, for example, water, power, stormwater. And O, endemic species of varying strata levels to promote the urban ecology. Madam Mayor, if someone would like, please second. I'd like to speak to the proposed amendment and probably have a drink of water beforehand.
Thank you, Councillor Banya, and I note Councillor Hungerford has seconded the amendment. Now, Councillor Banya, the process is you get to speak to that.
I wish he had taken longer to think about whether he wanted to second it, Madam Mayor, but thank you very much, Councillor Hungerford and councillors, for your indulgence on helping me get through that. So I am moving these amendments today because my gut tells me that development is going to occur on this section of Wise's farm. It's a no-brainer by the look of it. And therefore, rather than being outraged, I'm more focused on outcomes being reasonable for nearby residents, many of whom in Sunshine Cove have made submissions. My primary concern, as you can tell by my line of questioning, is relating to traffic impacts that will be generated through the residential streets of Sunshine Cove because of this new link under the Sunshine motorway. From the outset, I think it's very important to establish facts in any sort of emotional debate like this. The fact is that this has always been intended to be a road access having been formed under the Sunshine motorway through Sunshine Cove. And as much as I dislike that fact, and I'm sure residents in my division do, that is the fact of the matter. In response, residents of the Cove in their submissions have rightfully expressed concerns about pedestrian safety and what rat running would do to their community. I personally found those submissions about pedestrian safety and amenity to be very fair and reasonable. I've listened to them to the fullest extent that I can, but it would be irresponsible and unreasonable for me to simply disregard 25 years of strategic planning intent about this road being built because it might make me more popular in Sunshine Cove. Therefore, as a councillor and as the local councillor, I feel it's my role to be realistic with residents that this road will happen for many reasons. Access, safety, public transport, but fundamentally, it's happening because this has been identified as a route for 25 years in almost every strategic planning document and preliminary approval before this council. But as a dad who is accustomed to trying to navigate the David Low Way with a double pram and 2 fur babies, I understand and know the difficulty that people have when it comes to crossing busy roads. And I want to make sure by moving these conditions and amendments that we put in place things to mitigate those concerns for residents who are pedestrians in Sunshine Cove, because it is one of the most walkable places that we have on the Sunshine Coast. This means requiring the applicant to deliver several pedestrian crossings at key locations throughout Sunshine Cove on Sunshine Cove Way, as has been highlighted in the amendments. These sections of road where the pedestrian crossings are proposed to go are high areas of pedestrian activity. Places like Nirimba Terrace Park, at the back of Sunshine Cove, where we have lots of families playing every day. And then at the front of Sunshine Cove, near the Somerton Apartments, where construction will start soon, we'll see a greater number of people also using those walkways. The officer's report makes reference to the fact that on new sections of road that will be built within the Wisers Farm development, that there will be a number of features that will be included, including pedestrian crossings and refuges. And from my perspective, it's reasonable and relevant to require the applicant to provide those on such a closely proximate road if we have a higher increase of traffic like we will on Sunshine Cove Way. Similarly, the planning report indicates that this development is going to feature two parts, of one of a smaller size but one of a larger size. When combined together will service this area. And I anticipate, as I'm sure Councillor Hungerford will allude to, that these will be much loved park areas just like in Sunshine Cove. And as a council, we are constantly asked by residents in larger scale parks of this kind to provide amenities. And to me, I don't think we should be asking ratepayers to deliver these necessary pieces of infrastructure that in 10 years' time we'll probably realise that we actually needed to in the first place. So I'd much rather get on the front foot now and move that we have amenities in these parks from the get-go. So that's why I've moved these amendments. I'm concerned about what residents in Sunshine Cove have said around traffic. I also know that Councillor Hungerford will talk about amenities, but I think that these are reasonable and relevant amendments and conditions, and would look for the support of my colleagues today.
Thank you, Councillor Banya. Councillor Natoli.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's obviously been a very long time coming. I was there right at the beginning before any development, Sunshine Cove, all that land that Peter Wise had owned, and in fact he owned all of that land that was north of the motorway. So I've had long discussions with Peter, and obviously his intent when his land was resumed by the Department of Transport Main Roads was to obviously make sure that connection between his land, and so he was always mindful of the future. That connection through to Sunshine Cove was always intended to be a road, always intended to be a connector between the two. And in fact, the more I think of it, the benefits of probably having that road to the people of Sunshine Cove is even greater. Most of the people who would live in this parcel of land would probably use North Buderim Boulevard to access either the Sunshine Maroochydore Boulevard or even potentially Sugar Road. It'd be much easier for them to do that than try and tackle the traffic and then try and get onto the Maroochydore Boulevard, driving through Sunshine Cove. I'm really pleased, I suppose, in one sense, that we've got 420 lots. In one, it's reduced
Councillor
by
Natoli, just speaking to the amendment at the moment, because I think you might be travelling here to the original motion. So do you have anything further on the amendment? And then after that, we'll go back.
I certainly support the work that Councillor Banya has done. I think it's important that we are mindful of the things that could potentially happen, and often we remiss in terms of making comments that we wish we could have picked up things that we hadn't foreseen. And I think the work that Councillor Banya has done is really, really good. The one thing I suppose, the park, I would love to see some sort of connection to Peter Wise, and I mean, I'd always had that desire that the 4 hectares of land that has been added into this parcel would have been potentially community farms. So, you know, the opportunity to have a community garden or even a dog park or something like that within this, I'm not sure if that's something that we can include, but I think it would be something that the community could certainly value having down the track. So,
thank you, Councillor Natoli. Councillor Dixon.
Speaking to the amendment, thank you.
Thank you,
Madam Mayor. You know, I've said this before, Councillor Banya does impress me, and I'll tell you why. he's very reasonable. And he could have easily taken the stance today to be political and grandstand and say, I'm not backing the development, not going to support the road, but he's very logical, and I think his logical mind cuts through some of those issues and he articulates well. He's mapped out exactly the process and explained it very well to the local residents affected. But not only has he done that, he's looked at additional conditions which are going to help the new community and the existing community in Sunshine Cove. And I'll make this point, I've made this point to Deborah Robinson and the team many times. We've got a big growth front at Palmview. We've got 3 major developers there. Yet the council and the state and external grants are having to fund pedestrian raised crossings. Those items should be not negotiable in a major development. So Councillor Bunnag's trying to get this funded now ahead of the development by the developer. We should not be retrofitting major improvements using ratepayer money. In fact, they should be delivered day one by the developer, and that is the right thing to do. The issue of the toilet block, I constantly have this head-on battle with our staff in a very nice way, but we've got our landscape infrastructure manual and our standards around toilet facilities and facilities in parks and the embellishment level. And again at Palmview, with major parks, which I would say are not major parks, they are significant district level parks. They are not local parks. They don't have toilet facilities. And yet, in fact, this is exactly what we need to be doing, because I can tell you right now, that park is delivered within weeks. Councillor Bunnag and Councillor Hungerford are going to get requests for a $500,000 toilet cubicle. And it's not going to be amazing, and it's going to be bare minimum standard, and the ratepayers will have to fund that $500,000 toilet. So let's make sure we're picking these things up now. And I just want to make the point that whilst it's good to have development and have homes to the market, what is very important is to get those key infrastructure items. And I would thank Councillor Bunnag not only for giving us many days' notice that he was going to do this, he didn't blindside a soul in this room. He actually worked with the development assessment team to make sure that these conditions are reasonable. They're not just plucked out of thin air. They've been vetted by the team. They are reasonable. And I'll tell you one thing. When Brightwater Estate was built, Stockland had to do significant external works. Kilometres up the road, they had to build a footbridge across the creek there, the mountain creek, which goes into the river. And they had to do that significant expense, kilometres of footpath outside of their network, not internally in the estate. If that could be done 10 plus years ago, we can surely do that again now. I think these are reasonable, relevant, timely considerations. And let's not hide from the fact that developers are making a lot of money right now on land return. I realise development it's very, very expensive right now in terms of capital project costs, but land prices are high and our return should be high on public investment.
Thank you, Councillor Dixon. Councillor Hungerford.
For you, Madam Mayor, I'll speak to the amendment, and if it becomes the motion, I've got further questions. And
certainly.
I'd like to congratulate Councillor Bunnag. He's taken the concerns of his residents in Sunshine Cove, reflected them in there and taken on board with the developments in my area, the requests we get from the community for amenities and things in the parks, because if they're not done at the development stage, then the wider ratepayers have to pick up those costs later on. I think it is fair and relevant for those basic things that people need. And I have developments where I'm still trying to get those sort of amenities in parks that weren't done at the time, and it is quite a burden on our budget to do that. So I think this is very prudent to do. My residents have come to me with different suggestions here, and I'll leave it till if it becomes the motion, to actually put those points and ask those questions. But I do applaud this and ask councillors to get behind it. It's very sensible.
Thank you, Councillor Hungerford. Councillor Johnston.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to congratulate both Councillor Bunnag for the hard work that he's done in conjunction with our assessment team, and also Councillor Dixon for the manner in which he's congratulated Councillor Bunnag and explained things. So I just want to say that I'm on record as saying that I will never vote in favour of land that floods. However, in this particular instance, I think that the works that are being carried out will certainly improve the situation significantly from what it currently is. And for that reason, I won't be voting against either this motion. If it becomes the resolution, or the final resolution as passed, I won't be speaking again, but I just wanted to explain that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. And I'd also like to thank Councillor Bunnag and Hungerford for this amendment and the way you've spoken. It protects the lifestyle of our existing residents, their safety, their amenity, and also their overall experience of life in their community, which is important, and also the future amenity of the residents who are to come, for them and also the future ratepayers who would otherwise be footing the bill for those amenities needed in those parks, as Councillor Dixon so eloquently described for us all. Those impacts that may come to the council and the community well after those in the chamber are no longer here, when we're talking about that long-term impact on our community down the track. So thank you for that. It is about ensuring that as a council we have infrastructure before development, that we have that infrastructure tied into development. So thank you for bringing this amendment to us. Councillor Bunnag, would you like to close on the amendment? No. Okay. So, councillors, I will now put this amendment to the vote, noting that it is the amendment which we are considering now. So, those in favour? And that is carried unanimously. The amendment now becomes the motion. Councillor Bunnag, would you like to speak? No? Okay. Other councillors. Councillor Hungerford.
Developments in my area.
Absolutely.
Speak to this. First of all, I've got a few questions. The Palmyra residents over the years have had issues where they've almost been inundated and works have had to be done there. There is concern about this development, how it will affect that funding ability there, and for them to have concern about it returning in the future with this development. Could I have someone give an assurance there that this will improve the situation?
Yeah, thank you for the question through Madam Mayor. Can I request that meeting management display the last slide of the presentation? This question's best answered through looking at the results of the flood modelling. So on the image on the screen now shows the impacts of the development during the defined flood event being the 1% annual exceedance event under projected 2100 climate conditions. The green shading shows areas which were wet and are now dry, being the development footprint centrally located between the two channels. The redder shading indicates increases in flood levels, and the blue shading indicates reductions in flood levels. So through the deepening of that channel next to Wises Road, that is predicted to result in a significant reduction in the flood levels through Palmyra Crescent and the most flood-prone portion of Wises Road. The increases in flood level are predominantly contained in the central drainage channel, which has been retained in its natural state. So, yeah, the flood modelling has been completed using current best practice, and through Council's review, have confidence in these model results.
So it'd be fair to say to those residents that there will be no worsening effect, in the sense that there could be actually an improvement to what the current situation is.
Yes, exactly, that's correct.
Okay, the next one I've been hit with by residents there is, and it'll be the traffic one this time, is the streets, the roads and the streets in there. I've had a few people say to me in quite particular that they don't want to be like Aura, narrow streets and no parking, and they're worried about it being dense like that. They want it to be more open and free-flowing and areas to park and that sort of thing in here, unlike what they see down there.
Thanks for the question, through you, Madam Mayor. The application or the item we have before us today doesn't include any approval of the streets below the neighbourhood collector street through the site. That is for later development applications. So we're not getting into the local street within the site as part of this proposed approval. However, we have seen what they have suggested to date, which is consistent with, or we would be assessing it based on being consistent with our current planning scheme. And that includes the streets as per our current planning scheme. They are issues, if there's issues about how that performs, it might be for a broader discussion than just this item before us today, but that would have to consider quite a number of issues besides on-street parking, also affordability with the streets. Those sorts of items would need to be considered in a broader forum.
So just so I can answer back to the residents, that comes at a later stage in the development. Does the community get any input into that at that point in time?
Through you, Madam Mayor, no, the variation request, through the variation request, it's seeking that future development applications that are consistent with the variation approval document would be subject to code assessment. But the assessment benchmarks that those future development applications would be assessed against, as indicated by my colleague, would be, as per the current planning scheme.
Thank you. I'll speak to this now, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Okay, when this was advertised, I've had a number of residents contact me as their local councillor, some expressing that they'd like it refused and turned into a parkland, and I think Councillor Dixon covered that before. Like I've been explaining to them, on the 5th of October in 2012, the Planning and Environment Court issued a preliminary approval over the site. That included, it would regulate future development in such a way to provide for a residential community of approximately 570 dwellings. That approval remains current. So saying no and knocking the development back can't be done because the court's already approved a development there. It's what is accepted at the end of the day and negotiated. And I think residents can be quite pleased that the current application to extend the urban development is reduced from the 570 dwellings to approximately 420 dwellings and maintains the 8.5 metre height limit that the current residences there to the west and the east have at the moment. So it's very much in character with the existing urban form there and where people are living at the moment. So I think that's a great positive for the residents there that won't impact on their amenity. Now, the combined application has been assessed against the entire Sunshine Coast Planning Scheme 2014, as well as the relevant stated assessment benchmarks, including the Planning Regulation 2017, the State Planning Policy, and the South East Queensland Regional Plan. The assessment has found that the proposed development would be suitable and appropriate development of the land, consistent with the expectations of the planning scheme for the subject site. The proposed development will comply with all relevant benchmarks, subject to the imposition of reasonable and relevant conditions. We're even putting more in there today that are deemed reasonable and relevant. Including a recommended condition that requires a second smaller public local park to be delivered within the southern part of the development. And also we're looking at a benefited area levy there for the higher order of things there, so that the wider ratepayers are not picking that up. And we're starting to do that quite commonly in different areas. I do notice the areas where we have those at the moment, extra levies that have been going for years, the residents there quite like them. Sometimes they get reduced a bit, sometimes they get taken up depending on the level of service there. So it does work very well, because where you've got higher embellishment, the rest of the community has to then subsidise that. But if we've got a levy there, that means those residents are getting value for their money in the higher order than what we normally produce. This has been a long time coming, and like I said to one of the ladies that was really insisting on becoming a park, It's just changed hands for over $90-odd million because it's got a DA on it. Council would have to offer that or more to do it, and to put that against the rate base, like the $3.3 million is a 1% rate rise, it makes it financially not viable, and it already has an approval on it anyway. So I think this has been a good outcome for the community. It's a lot better than what the preliminary approval is, and it will improve things. And you look at the amount of open space and parkland we've got there, because it is for drainage, a lot of that, but it makes good parkland in between. So I think this is a very good outcome compared to what the preliminary approval was. I think the community can be very satisfied that this will be a quality development. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hungerford. Councillor Landsberg.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for the team, excuse me, for this bringing this report. Just a couple of questions, if I may. Recently we had an application around telecommunications, and this site was quoted during the debate in council. And I just want to ask the team in regards to a note on page 94, which is part of the conditions and assessment, is the requirements with some exemptions, in particular for non-urban areas, for supplying fibre-ready facilities are placed on developments under the Telecommunications Act. Meeting the obligations of this Act is the responsibility of the developer, and this approval does not relieve the developer of any responsibility to meet the provisions of this or other applicable federal or state acts. So just a question to the team is, has this discussion come up with the developer, because we have identified this area as a potential grey spot for mobile apps and obviously mobile phone communications?
Ms. Pady, yeah.
Through the Mayor, so your Councillor Landsberg, you're referring to an advisory note in the Index A, 94, yes, on page 94. Yep. I believe that is a standard advisory note that applies pretty much across the board for all new urban developments. It's simply stating that providing fibre ready would be a standard condition for future development.
Okay, but at this stage, that hasn't been put on for delivery by the developer?
Through you, Madam Mayor, no, not at this stage. It's just a preliminary approval, including a variation request. There'll be future development applications to follow if this application is approved by council.
Okay, thank you. Another comment I just want to make in regards to on page 67 as well on the conditions of approval. Any uses within the WISE's preliminary approval area that involves the housing of vulnerable people, for example, childcare facilities, aged care facilities or the like, must be provided with minimum floor areas at the level of the probable maximum flood and not require evacuation during any flood event. So just asking, is there a potential for this development? Are they looking at developing further infrastructure within this? I think it's 38 hectares of the housing development, or is it just specifically going to be dwellings?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the preliminary approval document provides for a range of residential uses to occur in the residential precincts. It doesn't preclude different forms of residential development. Our understanding through our discussions with the developer is that it would be largely dwelling houses, some dual occupancies and small-scale multiple dwellings in appropriate locations. But it's important to note it doesn't preclude other forms of residential development from occurring should the developer decide that's how they want to change the development down or the pathway down the track. That is a possibility that it could occur.
And obviously they wouldn't have to lodge a material change of use. That would be a code accessible process.
Through you, Madam Mayor, it would be a code accessible material change of use for any future residential development on the site, apart from dwelling houses that are consistent with reconfiguring of a lot of approvals that are granted.
Okay, thank you. Just making that aware that we can see changes within this development over the life of how it rolls out. So I just want to touch on the actual amount of fill that we will need that's actually in the report that's actually going to have to come into this site. So the report talks of 73,000 cubic metres of fill will need to be imported into the development. And when you look at a large B-double truck, they average around 80 cubic metres. A large tipper can have anywhere from 8 to 10 cubic metres. Pretty easy, you do the sums, it's probably just under 1,000 truck deliveries. That's using a B-double truck. So we're talking a lot of fill that will need to come into this site to actually build it up to the acceptable levels that the team are requiring. So I just want to make a comment or ask a question. In this council, obviously we've seen a previous development that was rejected at Bly on the grounds of reduced flood storage. And I just want to understand from the team's perspective that the reduced storage level on this site is very similar to another one that we've seen come to council that's been rejected. So can you just explain in rationale terms, we need houses. I'm supportive of this application today. So there's not an issue there, but I just want to understand when you look at the types of different storage capacity for flood use, and we are responsible for a lawful point of discharge, and if you could just explain that process, not only for myself, but the community as well.
Yeah. Through the Mayor, I'll invite our hydraulic engineer to answer that.
Through Madam Mayor, one of the key differences, and it's highlighted in the performance outcomes of the flood hazard overlay code, is that there's different requirements in relation to flooding for committed development that is anticipated by the planning scheme, and as opposed to development that is not anticipated by the planning scheme. So this site, through its zoning and through the existing approval over the site, is committed development. The other site out at Bly was on land which was not zoned for urban development, and therefore the floodplain protection provisions of the planning scheme applied to that site. So that's the key difference there. Another key difference in relation to the two sites is that out at Bly, that site was in the regional floodplain storage capacity, floodplain storage area, an area of flood storage that protects downstream areas such as Maroochydore, Pacific Paradise. This is an isolated area of a floodplain associated with the Cornmill Creek, located behind the Sunshine Motorway. So it's an isolated portion of flood storage.
Thank you, and I appreciate the explanation. And when we look at the majority of the Sunshine Coast has been built on reclaimed land, and now obviously we're seeing an example here where we're bringing in a huge amount of fill to obviously make it acceptable, and I appreciate the explanation. And you just touched on the initial approval back in 2012, so that actually helped you leverage off getting this conditioned as part of that approval, is that right?
Yes, that's correct. In relation to, it was assessed under the Sunshine Coast Planning Scheme and compliant with the Sunshine Coast Planning Scheme, but that portions of the Sunshine Coast Planning Scheme that talk about committed development, yeah, that definitely assisted. Yeah.
No, thank you, and that's an example of how our planning scheme changes over time, Madam Mayor, and with the support of all the councillors in the room. So I appreciate that explanation. And councillors, I'm supportive of this. I obviously like to acknowledge Councillor Taylor Bunnag with the changes here. I'm sure there'll be some discussions with the developer in regards to what they need to deliver. And just one other question while I do have you, Rob, is part of the drainage through this site, my apologies, there is quite a significant, like a drainage easement. Who will be responsible or keeping those, that sort of drainage, those pathways open?
Through you, Madam Mayor. So those areas, as part of future development, those areas are required to be transferred over to council and be managed for land for drainage and ecological purposes. So council will be responsible for all of those areas subject to flooding. They have been modelled with a high roughness coefficient, so reflective of dense vegetation. So it's a state that doesn't require council to maintain that vegetation for its flood conveyance purpose in order to reduce council's liability with respect to management of those areas in relation to flooding. But it will be council's responsibility.
Thank you. No further questions, and I look forward to supporting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Landsberg. Councillor Johnston.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I said I wasn't going to speak to this motion, and I'm not going to. I do have a couple of questions. The first one is, as a reduction of the number of houses from 570 to 450, isn't it? 420, all right. Is that likely to have a significant improvement to the general residential amenity of the area and reduction of traffic exiting the estate?
Through you, Madam Mayor. I guess it in terms of the amenity question, I mean, it depends on how the development is delivered. With the original application that was lodged and the previous approval that was granted, there was no detail that existed in relation to how it was going to, the form was going to be. It was unknown as to whether it would be retirement villages, multiple dwellings, you know, those sorts of things. So it's difficult to say whether what was previously proposed with the 570 would be better or worse than what is currently proposed with the 420. However, we've seen some indicative master planning provided by the developer and have had some indication of how they intend to develop the site, and it is our belief that the proposal with the number of dwellings intended, the building heights, the transition in lot sizes would achieve a good amenity outcome for residents within the estate, and also deal with the transition from the lower density residential development on the periphery.
Thank you. I probably should have asked it a different way and sort of say, is it going to worsen the situation, which it obviously isn't. The other question is in relation to something that was brought up in relation to the narrowness of the streets and aura, and I was just wondering whether our engineers might be prepared to explain why the aura street widths are significantly different to what is likely to be approved subsequently in this area. You're prepared to do that? I think the fact that it's that Aura is a state development, and they actually mandated what the street widths were going to be, which is different to what's in our town plan. Is that correct?
As I'm aware, that's a reasonable summary.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Councillor Suarez.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, I've just got a couple of quick questions before I start. Firstly, thank you, Rob, for explaining the difference between flood storage, large flood storage areas and isolated sites. One thing that Councillor Landsberg did raise was about provision of childcare facilities and aged care, perhaps aged care developments, which I hadn't considered previously. With the cap that is imposed on this development at 420 dwellings, would an application for an aged care facility be counted for individual units, or is it counted as one?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes. There is an explanation in the conditions and also in the preliminary approval document as to how dwelling units would be counted, and basically a room in a aged care facility or a unit in a retirement facility would be counted as one. And as the development progresses, when applications are lodged, the developer is required, the applicant, whoever that may be, is required to submit to council a tally, and that tally has to be maintained so that as each application is lodged, we're aware of where we're sitting in terms of the dwelling cap.
Thank you. So just to summarise, if an application came in for a retirement village or an aged care facility, those dwelling counts would erode into the 420 per unit.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, that's right. If we received an application for an aged care facility that involved, say, 30 units, that would be counted as 30 dwellings.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, I'll speak to the motion. Firstly, I want to acknowledge and thank Councillor Banya for putting so much thought into the proposed amendments, considering the majority of the submitters came from Sunshine Cove. The development was already approved, the infrastructure was going to happen, and these amendments have definitely made it a lot better for the residents of Sunshine Cove who were concerned about traffic. This is not a typical development application that comes to council. Typically, we see development applications coming here requesting an increase in height, an increase in density, or a change of use. So it's kind of quite strange to see that this site that is so close to Maroochydore city centre and has so much potential is actually lowering height and lowering density. And Councillor Hungerford did mention how this change application will make it more in keeping with the surrounding developments east and west of the site. So to that point, this is an example of how our planning scheme can be put forward to guide what happens on the ground, but it's not necessarily a guarantee of what happens on the ground. And Warren Bunker, who was an officer with council a couple of years ago and very much considered a planning guru in this council, did educate myself on how in a planning scheme, typically only about 40% of the capacity is taken up on ground developments. So this application here has shown that is true to form. And we have to recognise that while we can guide the development, the decisions ultimately and the feasibility of the site has to be made by the landowner. So the landowner has considered their feasibility and they obviously believe that this is the type of development that they can deliver. And this is depending on the zoning, market conditions, infrastructure availability, etc. So from while a urban planning perspective, there may be merit in achieving more development on the site, it is ultimately their decision and we are here to assess that decision and either endorse it or challenge it. So thank you to the staff for their thorough report indicating traffic, stormwater, flooding and amenity. And thank you to Councillor Banya for recognising the concerns of the majority of submitters who have come from Sunshine Cove. And thank you to Ted Hungerford also for recognising the concerns that are raised by his residents who are surrounding the development. And with that, I will be supporting the amended resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Suarez. Councillor Natoli.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I won't go through the details of the application because obviously it's well and truly documented in the report and obviously with the amendments that Councillor Banya and the other councillors have put forward. But I just want to, again, recognise, I suppose, the history of this land and how significant it was that it was bought by Peter's grandfather back in 1901, Palmyra, which was where the fig farm is, where this particular property was the original name. Of course, Palmyra is now a estate that he built just to the east of it. But that, in the 60s, both David and Peter Wise bought another 200 hectares, and that land spanned from Plaza Parade all the way up to Buderim to Orme Road. That's where the original cottage, which he restored, sits. Obviously, he recognised the Indigenous people that lived in the area. He obviously made it. I saw that he had reclaimed and found significant items. So he was aware of the Kabi people that lived on his land all those years earlier. And of course, he was a visionary. A lot of people sort of looked at Peter in a negative way and thought he was just a farmer, but you know, his vision was just extraordinary. Back in the 1980s, he wanted to. I think he had an approval for an application that was called the Natural Energy World, where he wanted to bring in a completely different thought. He had mountain gold coffee, so he was one of the first coffee growers in the area, and he had approvals for a monorail. He actually had an approval for a monorail to go around his property. So, you know, we know that his land had been, over the years, cut off by Plaza Parade, by the motorway, and of course, North Buderim Boulevard and Wisers Road as well, which is recognised after his name. So I just wanted to pay some sort of respect and to say that he had no intention of selling Palmyra. He wanted to keep, he wanted to keep at least 4 hectares. That was a fig farm, that was what he wanted. That fig farm was developed in the year 2000, and it was much loved by many locals that would go there and get their supply of figs over the summer months. So it's just a shame that, you know, that property had been farmed since 1901. It is now, obviously, since Peter passed away 2 years ago, no longer been farmed, but we should recognise that, and that's why I've mentioned that it would be nice to have in that park potentially a community garden. I would hope that there's some opportunity that some parts of the things that were on that farm could be used somewhere in the communities, the parks or whatever. There could be some aspects. I know that there is a significant cane train that was restored that should belong up in Buderim, but it's been sitting on his property, and Peter built a shelter, so he's been looking after a custodian. Peter, as we talked about the motorway and making sure that access, his vision, as I said, was extraordinary. He had real opinions about the area. He cared about the area. He actually wanted a Christian university to go on this land. He was determined, even though he knew he couldn't force it, but that sort of vision. He had the vision where he had discussions with the state government about closing down the school here in Maroochydore and building a brand new school, potentially Peter 12, on his land. So that's the type of man that he was, and I hope that people will recognise that. I certainly support this.
Thank you, Councillor Natoli, and for that poignant reminder about Peter Wise and the role he's played in our Sunshine Coast community. Thank you. Councillor Banya, would you like to close?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, I would. Thank you for the discussion today, councillors. Councillor Natoli, thank you for your reflections on Peter Wise. I think there's always an opportunity in these new estates to recognise and reflect the history in it. We have a wonderful community gardens policy, which, being in Councillor Hungerford's division, I'm sure he will embrace fully and support that, because he's a very active and attentive councillor. To bring it back, I guess, to the discussion point today, I appreciate the support of the colleagues in the room today around the amended motion. You know, this is, I guess, a snapshot of some of the challenging conversations that we're going to be having as a region when it comes to land use planning. This was an existing preliminary approval that already hung over the site, which is one of the reasons why, from a flood storage perspective, in comparison to other places on the Sunshine Coast, it is distinct and unique. We've obviously heard about the long historical link from Wise's Farm through underneath the Sunshine Motorway to Sunshine Cove, and I'm grateful for the support of my colleagues today to make sure that we are providing pedestrian safety improvements from the get-go. We have listened to what submitters have said, and I think it's a really important thing for the Sunshine Coast generally to see that this is a council that not only listens to what people in the community are saying, but then acts on those concerns where reasonable and relevant. It's the case that we can't always please everybody, and I'm sure there will be some residents in Sunshine Cove who will be disappointed about this decision today, but ultimately I feel very strongly about the fact that we will be improving pedestrian safety by these additional conditions. I think Councillor Dixon made some really good points about land use in general. This is a site extremely close to the Maroochydore city centre, and yet we're going to be seeing a height limit of 8.5 metres. I'm sure there will be some people who say that this is a missed opportunity for more medium to higher density, but this is reflective of the community's expectations in the Buderim local area plan, but it's also reflective of what the market is telling the landholder. You know, as councillors, we don't get to hold a stick over developers and say that you have to conform to the planning scheme unless you're going above and beyond it. You know, if you're within the lines and you're coming under height and you're coming under in terms of density and the like, you know, we have a performance-based planning scheme. So I think it's very, very difficult for council to make any other decision today other than to approve this with amendments, and that's why I will wholeheartedly be supporting this, because I can see that while there are pieces of history on this farm that are important to the community, so is housing of some description, provided that it meets, I guess, the reasonable expectations of those in the community, and that's what the officers have been able to do here today. So I commend the motion to my colleagues.
Thank you, Councillor Banya. Councillors, I will now put the motion to the vote. Those in favour? And the motion is carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, team. Thank you all. We're now going to take a break for morning tea. So we will return in 20 minutes, just before 12:15. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you. Welcome back. Good afternoon. We will now welcome Ms. Martins to present item 8.3, which is the management of Maroochydore City Centre project. So over to you, Ms. Martins. Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, and good afternoon, Madam Mayor and councillors. The purpose of this report is to seek Council's endorsement to bring the functions of Sun Central Maroochydore Proprietary Limited in-house and cease its trading operations. In 2014, Council resolved to establish a company under the Corporations Act to oversee the development of Council's land holdings in the Maroochydore City Centre Priority Development Area to deliver necessary infrastructure and progressively release land in the city centre on the open market. Consequently, Sun Central was established by Council in January 2015 to manage the delivery of the project. Along with being able to use accelerated market and procurement processes available to commercial businesses and provide necessary development experience, the separate company was also seen as a mechanism to streamline development activity and reduce conflicts of interest for Council. However, in 2019, a competitive market process was undertaken to engage a primary developer, and in 2020, Council entered into a development agreement with highly experienced and well-established property developer Walker Corporation to deliver the Maroochydore City Centre project. At that point in time, Sun Central's role changed from that of a developer to that of a project manager, responsible for management and oversight of the developer, as well as overall land management and maintenance. However, Council manages and maintains a very large and diverse property portfolio and delivers Council land for the community and manages large contracts. So in this respect, Sun Central's role duplicates some of Council's existing functions. It is therefore recommended that the time has come for the Maroochydore City Centre project now to be managed in-house by a dedicated and suitably qualified multidisciplinary team. This will result in significant cost savings and require Council taking a more active direct role in the operational delivery and performance of the development agreement with Walker. Council is the sole shareholder and financier of Sun Central. The annual cost to Council of operating Sun Central is currently $2 million a year. Bringing the functions of Sun Central in-house will result in a significant cost saving of approximately $1 million per year due to savings in staff wages, board member compensation and associated overhead such as rent and insurance. Further savings will be recognised as functions such as legal services and communications will be done within Council's existing corporate services. It is recommended to retain Sun Central in a non-trading status rather than enter into voluntary liquidation or deregistration, as it is a low-cost way to preserve the company should it be needed for future scenarios. Should the recommendation be accepted by Council, it is noted the CEO will delegate to the Commercial Partnerships Branch to implement a transition plan, and the recommended resolution is on the screen, and it includes taking the necessary steps to transition the activities of Sun Central to Council, along with appointing Council's CFO as a sole director of Sun Central.
We need a mover first. Okay.
And just to add to that, as far as the presentation is concerned, the officers in the organisation would like to thank the Sun Central Board and its dedicated staff for their professionalism and persistence, in particular Paul McLean and Ken Kanofsky, the chair and board member respectively. It is worth saying I think their work's been instrumental in transforming our city and establishing the foundations for the next phase of this wonderful venture. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr Baker. Councillors, can I have a mover? Councillor Natoli, a seconder? Councillor Suarez. Thank you. Councillor Natoli.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I also echo those comments from the CEO. Probably a bit could have waited to the end before we made, after we made the decision, but understand the sentiment is the same. When I first got elected back into council in 2020, I was very critical of council assuming the role as a developer. The risks associated with that were enormous, and obviously that pathway to bring on a development partner with Walkers was an essential part of me feeling a lot more comfortable. I totally agree that it is right now the opportunity for us to bring these services back into council. We have the skill set to be able to manage it, and of course we have a development partner that has the skill to be able to deliver it. So we as a council also are mindful currently the financial pressures that we have, and I think this goes in line with all of the reviews that we're currently undertaking throughout council, and I think it's an appropriate saving, enormous saving that we can make each year, not having the current structure of Sun Central. So I certainly support the initiative. Thank you for the work that you've done, Kim, and obviously the senior management in being able to lead up the options that they put forward for us here in council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Natoli. Councillor Suarez.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. I will be supporting the officer's recommendation as is outlined in front of us and through the presentation. And I'm not going to wait till everyone votes on it to also take a moment to extend my sincere appreciation to the former and the current board, CEOs and staff at Sun Central for all the work that they have done over the life of the organisation. And through that time, that organisation has gone through significant periods of change. Change in leadership, change in political appetite, change in market conditions, and through all of that they've navigated this project to the best of their ability, and it has really progressed today to what we can currently see and feel and to the aspirations that we have for it for in the future. The officers as well, I'd like to give a big shout out to past and present officers who have been involved with Sun Central and involved in the planning of this area. Your contribution has helped shape a project of genuine regional importance. It is a commitment to our precinct's long-term vision, and we hope that that will continue internally. To each of you that have played a part along the way, thank you. Your efforts have not gone unnoticed, and I'll be supporting the officer's recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Suarez. Councillor Landsberg.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And just through the chair, I'd just like to echo words of my other fellow councillors. This has been obviously a changing board over the years, and to see, I believe, the only greenfield site in Australia as part of building a new city centre has been coming with its challenges, but those relationships that they have built up with the developer and what we're seeing coming out of the ground now, it's an absolute credit to everyone that's been involved in this whole process. I just want to ask a question, just because it's in as part of the report in regards maybe to our CEO, John Baker, in terms of risks. And a couple of comments is around keeping that intellectual knowledge and expertise, and just addressing, I suppose, some of the challenges of keeping the momentum moving forward, and what does that project to, obviously, to our business community as well.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Landsberg. And just referring to the intellectual property, a lot of the material that has been built up now, of course, all of that transfers over. One of the biggest assets, I believe, in Sun Central is the people, and there will be a particular risk associated with bringing that knowledge over, but we're trying to handle that. What I would also say is that the project, the venture now, is fundamentally different to what it was even 2 years ago. And the reason for that, of course, is that our city centre is going to be experiencing significant amount of attention via the Olympic and Paralympic Games. So a village that will be based here, potentially, and an arena, as well as, of course, all of the other developments that we're going to go on. And overlaid across that, even, the wave coming into our city centre and going on to the airport. So all of those things considered, what I would say is it's actually a fundamentally different project to the one that we were looking at a couple of years ago as well. So this is very much about looking forward, but making sure we recognise that we need to maintain that intellectual property that we've developed over the years, and we're focused on doing that.
Thank you, Mr Baker, and thank you for passing on Council's confidence in moving forward with this. And thank you, Mrs Martins and the team, for bringing the report to Council, and I look forward to supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Landsberg. Councillors, a proposal that is expected to save approximately $1 million year on year due to staff wages, board fees, other overheads, that's certainly welcome. As a council, we have tasked the CEO and the executive to look for efficiencies in every corner at every opportunity, but this is not just about saving money at all. It is about having the right governance processes at the right time. And it certainly isn't about slowing down or hindering the important work that needs to be done right here as we look outside our windows to unlock housing, deliver more homes, and also create a thriving economic centre, because that is the vision for this land around us. So the Maroochydore City Centre is moving ahead at pace. This transition is part of the process for a long-term management plan that delivers outstanding benefits to our ratepayers and our residents and those who are to come, so for now and into the future. And without preempting any decision that is yet to be made here in the chamber, on behalf of Council, I would also like to personally add my thanks and acknowledgement of the board, the current chair, Ken Kanofsky, and board member, Paul McLean, to former board members across the decade, our dedicated staff of Sun Central through this process. Thank you for your work, both those currently employed and those along the way, for your contribution to the Sunshine Coast community and for the work that's happened here. Should this proposal be adopted, of course, in a vote shortly. Thank you. Councillor Natoli, would you like to close? No? Okay. In that case, I will put this motion to the vote. Those in favour? And the motion is carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, Ms Martins. Thank you all. We now welcome Mr Colley to present the Sunshine Coast Indoor Sport Network Plan of 2026. Thank you, Mr Colley. Welcome.
Thank you. And through you, Madam Mayor. So, yes, I'm here today to present the Sunshine Coast Indoor Sport Network Plan. This plan has been developed over the last 12 months and has taken extensive analysis of our indoor sport network. The photo on screen here is of Caloundra Indoor Stadium. That's our only four-court stadium or indoor sports centre within the Sunshine Coast, and that hosts over 1,000 netballers, over 900 basketball players and pickleball and futsal and a host of other sports, volleyball, throughout each week. So the plan's development was a key action of the Sunshine Coast Sport and Active Recreation Plan. The plan has considered 11 key indoor sports and has developed through extensive engagement with local clubs and the peak bodies and schools and other facility providers across the region. The purpose of the plan was to clarify current and future expected demand, identify infrastructure requirements to support the network, drive facility development through clear guiding principles, and recommended infrastructure and other improvements that could support the network. On the left-hand side of this screen is the 11 indoor sports that were engaged as part of the development of the plan, and we thank them for their input that was provided. That demand analysis that I referred to earlier has told us a picture that currently, as of 2026, we're 15 courts short to supply courts to our existing players and participation throughout the region. If nothing further is done, that would rise to 21 courts by 2031 and 43 courts by 2046. The 8 main facilities that we have across the region that supports the network. We have the Caloundra Indoor Basketball Stadium, the Clippers Basketball Stadium. We have the Sunshine Coast Recreation Precinct and a Uni SC Arena, which also supports the Lightning on top of the community participation. And then we have a host of gymnastics facilities at Maroochydore Beach Gymnastics, PCYC, Sunshine Coast Gymnastics Academy and YMCA Caloundra. We also have significant support of the network through multiple schools and school halls across the region, and that's really supporting our network and critical to our sports participation in indoor sports. The key findings of the plan were clearly that we have insufficient court infrastructure to meet the existing demand, and that will be exacerbated as we move into the future. Facilities are operating beyond capacity at the moment. The growth in the sports are constrained by the facilities that we have across the region. Usage is dominated by key sports including or high participation sports including basketball, netball, which includes the Lightning and school competitions. There is certainly inadequate capacity to host state and national championships, which we have terribly good success at across our field sports in being able to attract those championships and brings a lot of economic benefit to our region. And the region lacks a large fit-for-purpose council-wide venue with a show court. The plan's recommendations are quite extensive. There's 34 across short, medium and longer term suggestions. We do have a major recommendation that we seek support for a 12-court council-wide major indoor sports centre, but it goes well beyond that. We've also got a number of recommendations across all of the sports to support the network, and they include extensions at Clippers and Uni SC, multi-purpose racket sports facilities. We've seen really significant demand in recent times in pickleball and padels coming as well. And commence renewal of the Sunshine Coast Gymnastics Academy in the hinterland at Woombai to support the significant number of gymnastics participation in that facility. So the recommendation that we're seeking today is to receive and note the report, to adopt the Sunshine Coast Indoor Sport Network Plan, and then refer the recommendations to future budgets, considerations, and support the ongoing advocacy of the major recommendation, which is the council-wide major indoor sports centre, with advocacy to state and federal governments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Colley. Can I have a mover for the motion? Councillor Banag, and a seconder, Councillor Law. Thank you. Councillor Banag.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's wonderful to be able to move this motion, and today's council is very excited to unveil the Sunshine Coast Indoor Sports Network Plan. But before then, I want to take you forward 6 and a bit years. I want to take you to the morning after the final day of competition in the Olympic and Paralympic Games on the Sunshine Coast in 2032. The clean-up is beginning. The heads are sore a little bit, and Councillor Burns has just been appointed Cultural Attaché to the International Olympic Committee headquarters in Switzerland after the Sunshine Coast delivered the most memorable cultural Olympiad experience in Games history. The streets are emptying after the marathon, the cycling's finished, the walking's over. Our new outdoor stadium is ready for use next year by the Sunshine Coast Falcons. Our mountain bike facility heads into legacy mode and welcomes riders from across the region. But if you participate in indoor sports like basketball, netball, futsal, volleyball, badminton, pickleball, tennis, padel, gymnastics, squash, parasports, you're probably left wondering, what was all the fuss about? What was the legacy that the Games have left behind for our indoor sports participants, community indoor sports participants? And the answer to that right now from a planning perspective is not much. One of the greatest risks that I think we have as a region for the 2032 Games is not that as a region we will not get infrastructure, it's that we will miss out on the infrastructure that we actually need into the future, not just now, but for our next generation of community athletes. That's why this indoor sports network plan is so important to our region's future. If you look at the data for indoor sports participation on the Sunshine Coast, right now there is a clear and urgent demand. As of 2026, an additional 15 courts are required. Without any additions to the network by 2031, we will need an additional 21 courts. And then if you get to 2046, when I'll be icing my knees after playing pickleball, you're going to need 43 more courts to meet the demand. And I know that our Executive Director Fielding over there is very upset that I play pickleball as a keen tennis player. I can see the look on her face. Facilities should be distributed across the region fairly and equitably. We deserve good indoor sports locations in the north, central and southern areas of our region, ensuring that there is access for everyone, guided by population growth, availability of existing facilities and subject to land. There will always be debate in our community and with other levels of government about the best way to fill the gaps, which I'm sure my colleague Councillor Law will touch on at some point today. But I'm a firm believer that the strategic priorities outlined by this indoor sports plan are the right way to achieve the indoor sports needs of our community. And why? Because that's what our indoor sports participants told us. We didn't just sit in City Hall and come up with this plan on our own. We went and talked to all sporting community organisations on the Sunshine Coast with an interest in indoor sports, and that's what these groups had to say to us as the way forward. So I'm extremely excited about this plan. It's been the culmination of a huge amount of effort by our officers. It's been a huge amount of work by our community, and I'm just getting started in terms of the advocacy that we will be doing. So I commend this motion to you all today and thank the officers for their work in putting together this plan.
Thank you, Councillor Bunnag. Councillor Dixon.
Well, good afternoon now, and through you, Madam Mayor. I guess I'll be blunt. This really highlights that our network is well behind demand. That's essentially what it's telling us. If you heard from Councillor Bunnag mapping this out, the stats are 15 indoor courts short, growing to 21 by 2031, and then 43 by 2041. And that's if we do nothing. That's not an option. It's not going to wear with our community at all. And in fact, we are in a very relaxed position right now in terms of that provision. And I say this because I think the government's let us down. You know, we had some commitments that we were going to see some upgraded facilities in our region, and those facilities aren't happening. We know that we need a 12-court major expansion. We know that the Clippers are looking at an additional 3 courts in Buderim, and that's for the Sunshine Coast wider community, and also Uni SC. And they're 2 big facilities in Division 6. We know, as Councillor Bunnag talked about, that many sports are looking for those spaces and we just don't have them. In fact, it's not that there's a lack of interest in the sport, it's that there's a lack of actual playing spaces and availability for particularly younger people in the community. I was in a meeting with Councillor Bunnag recently, and I know the Mayor was at that meeting, and yourself, Heath, as well. And Councillor Bunnag made the very, very good point that although some of these smaller facilities are looking for upgrades, we cannot let the government off the hook for commitments around a major court 12 space in our community. We just can't afford that. And this whole report solidifies the fact that we are behind. So I realise work had to be done. We had to identify our shortfalls, but now it's about government advocacy. We need to advocate to the government, be that state, federal government, and let them know that just providing small upgrades to local facilities isn't the answer. As much as I would like that in my division, and it would be great to have, this is about the region, and we need to attract regional investment for these regional projects. And as Councillor Bunnag said, and I thought it was a great introduction, there's going to be a lot of people post the Olympics if we don't change the model now, going, well, that was great, 2032, but what about me?
Thank you, Councillor Dixon. Councillor Law.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. And thank you to Councillor Bunnag and Dixon who've spoken already, and obviously to Heath and the whole team who have been involved in generating the report based on the research of what we know and what we can see coming in the future. And it's a report that belongs to the whole community. It's not just a council report of this is what we're going to do. This is a council report that clearly identifies the situation we're currently in, the situation we will be in the coming years, and that is potentially going to be even worse than what's in this report if our population expansion continues at the current rates, and even increases on the current rate of expansion, because, geez, there's a lot of people who want to come here. However, we were on the cusp of actually providing the first recommendation, being the 12 courts and a show court, a couple of years ago. And unfortunately, that has gone by the wayside. So that remains the #1 priority within this report, and sorry, within this plan. So that is the first thing that we need to get done. But I need to stress that this plan, where it says we will support and we will make things happen, this is about our work with the whole community and all of the sporting clubs so they can help us with the advocacy we need to make to the other levels of government so that we can actually provide these courts that we urgently need. That's the position we were in. We had a partnership deal with the council, the state and federal governments to provide 12 courts and a show court. Unfortunately, that slipped away. We need to start that advocacy again with the support of our whole community to provide those 12 courts and a show court right here on the Sunshine Coast in a central location. So it's not a plan that says, here's the money, let's do it. It's a plan that says this is what we need to happen, and we need the whole community, state and federal government, plus the commercial sector, and the business sector to deliver on this plan. It's very easy to follow. The recommendations are very clear and specific, and it demonstrates the 11 sporting bodies and associations and types of sports that we have been dealing with. And it also identifies what are those key priorities over the next 6 years, which are, as you've heard already, the 12 courts and a show court. And then we also need to provide support for the Clippers Basketball's association so they can increase their stadium. We also want to support the university to increase the stadium they already have by another 2 or 3 courts. We also want the ability to renew the Sunshine Coast Gymnastics Academy. That's an old building, it needs upgrading so that it can sustain and support into the future. We also want to do the work around the construction of an all racket sports facility. Again, in a centrally focused location. So the plan is clear. It is very easy and positive and simple to follow. And we need to use this plan with our whole community to engage every level of government, every corporation and developer out there who wants to help us provide these sporting facilities for the growing population. So we will be knocking on the doors of all sorts of people with this report, asking and demanding and seeking their support and assistance. So if you are a commercial operation on the coast and you want to do a massive contribution to our community, come and talk to us, and we've got the plans ready to go so we can make good stuff happen. So I urge support of this plan today from my colleagues, and thank you very much for the team on the work you've done to present so clearly what we need to do. Otherwise, as Councillor Banya mentioned, people who want to do sport indoors are going to be very sorry in 2033.
Thank you, Councillor Law. Councillor Suarez.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. The previous councillors have spoken very well to, I guess, a lot of the points that I would have liked to have raised. We did grieve the loss of a regional indoor facility with Olympic legacy, and with that would have brought forward, I guess, the additional district-level multi-purpose facilities broader throughout the region, which is probably where I'm really focusing on. We may as well not just sit here and cry over spilt milk, but we certainly need to deliver these facilities. If we had have received that, it would have definitely brought forward these district-level facilities prior to 2031. I just do hope that the work that is outlined in this report will continue, and while those facilities, particularly north of the river, particularly west of the highway, to bring that shortfall forward, I hope it's better late than never. So endorse the report and support the officer's recommendation and our council's advocacy to get these facilities on the ground for the whole of the region. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Suarez. Councillor Landsberg.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I also rise to support councillors, the officer's recommendation. Just a couple of things. I know that we're always talking about lack of indoor facilities across the coast, and as a councillor in Caloundra, we see a lot of our schools and high schools and primary schools with facilities, but we struggle to get access to them on a regular basis. And I think there's more work we can do advocating to our state government counterparts about using these facilities, because it's really, we're seeing them, and basically, and I know Caloundra High School is going through a master plan where they actually want to build their own facility. And for us to get access to some of those buildings after hours would help a lot to reduce the impact. And for Caloundra Indoor Stadium, it's 24/7 booked. We cannot get any other groups into that stadium. Just a question, and maybe just to take it on notice, Heath, but I am a little bit disappointed because I just want to echo the comments of Councillor Maria, and really supportive of, we did talk about a hub and spoke model. I know we've lost the large project that we were really advocating for, but there was also a part of that conversation about delivering smaller venues within our hinterland or north of the Maroochydore River, or duplicating facilities, and not putting all our eggs in one basket. But I just make, in regards to the summary here, and just to touch on the direct rail coming into Caloundra, and North Street will be a public transport corridor. So that's actually going to be the key connector into the Caloundra CBD. And the opportunities, I know we've spoken in the past about duplicating the Caloundra indoor stadium, and I feel that it could have been a little bit more prominent. I know in the strategic direction it does refer to looking at facilitating the expansion, but I would have appreciated a little bit more sort of in-depth comments in regards to the Caloundra indoor stadium, especially in regards to how well it's activated, where it's located, and obviously the size of the surrounding land around that facility as well. So thank you. But I'll leave it at that, but I will be supporting the recommendation, and you're welcome to make a comment, Mr. Colley, in regards to that.
Ken, and through you, Madam Mayor. So you're absolutely correct. The transport network will be a great supporter of that facility that we have at North Street at the moment. There certainly has been talk of duplication of Caloundra Indoor Stadium through the development of this plan. Critical piece of that consideration is that we do have a significant number of outdoor courts adjacent to the indoor stadium at the moment. So duplicating the indoor stadium, we just need to be mindful that we're increasing yield and not just building over top of existing courts, which are highly valuable to the community at the moment. But it is a fair point that you raise, and yes, transport network will be highly critical in future provision.
Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. I'll add to this debate because we love our sport here on the Sunshine Coast. We know participation is increasing. I actually know more about indoor courts now than I ever imagined I would know before taking up this role. And I think that's one of the lovely surprises about being in council, and certainly being mayor and being involved with the Olympic and Paralympic Games and all of that. But this is about community. This is about the grassroots sport. It is about the mums and dads, the kids after school. It is about the singles on a Tuesday night, the adults, young people, older people, young people playing pickleball, older people playing pickleball, the whole community. We know pickleball, padel are growing fast, futsal, gymnastics, paracourt sports, table tennis, volleyball, let's not forget basketball. It really does cross a very large sector of our community, all popular and growing. So we know there's a need. That's been identified and clearly articulated in this report. We've identified what our community desires, in fact, what our community deserves. And our role, because council cannot fund this alone, so our role is very clear in the implementation of this plan going forward, is to really advocate to the Queensland and Australian governments, to ask our community to join us, to make sure that our community's voices are heard and that we really can progress this plan into the future. While recognising a need, we need to do more than just recognise the need and need to do something about it. So I do urge the support of my colleagues in this plan's adoption. So thank you for that. Councillor Bunnag, would you like to close?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I might just say I'm quite aggrieved that you left out middle-aged pickleball players. Shout out to them.
That's covered.
But I'm glad I've covered that off now.
Mm-hmm.
But in all seriousness, I would like to thank the officers, particularly Mr. Colley, for the work on this, and Mr. Walker-Edwards as well, and Ms. Guthrie, who's not here. But yeah, wanted to give thanks to them. This is a regional plan. There are always going to be, when we're talking about new facilities, a desire for everyone on council and across the region to have an indoor facility or some sort of new infrastructure on their doorstep. It is just, you build one, you want 11. But this council is taking a very mature approach and saying that this is the need. We're going to work with the state and federal government to address the demand. That is what this report is all about. It is strategic. It maps out where we need to support our community, and it's at the right time. You know, this is 6.5 years until the Olympics. We are right in the thick of Southeast Queensland in terms of opportunities to get Olympic infrastructure. And this is our moment to go out and capture it and work with the state and federal government to make it happen. Because in 20 years' time, I don't want to be having a conversation with my children and saying, I'm sorry, we didn't really think to really grasp the situation and the opportunity that the Olympics brings. Because people say the Olympics is a once-in-a-generation opportunity. Well, it's actually not. It's once every 100 years. So, we have this very small window. Let's go out there. Let's work together. Let's promote indoor sport generally, and let's make it happen. And that's what this plan does. It's a good plan, and I'm appreciative of the supportive comments that I've heard from my colleagues today.
Thank you, Councillor Bunnack. I will now put the motion for the Indoor Sports Network Plan, Indoor Court Sport Network Plan, to the vote. All those in favour? And the motion is carried unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Colley. Thank you, team, for all of your work in that to develop this plan. We move to item 8.5, which is the January 2026 Financial Performance Report. Welcome, Ms. Dunbar, who's been waiting so patiently to get to this item, and excitedly, I'm sure. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Mayor, councillors and members of the executive team. I'm here to present Council's Financial Performance Report for January 2026. So the January 2026 report does not reflect any budget review to adjustments, which will be presented in the next report. As at the 31st of January, Council's operating result is a surplus of $212.4 million, which is $489,000 above the current year-to-date budget. This result reflects operating revenue being $333,000 lower than year-to-date budget, and total operating expenses being $822,000 lower than year-to-date budget. Major revenue variances include net general rates and cleansing charges, both below year-to-date budget. Fees and charges, $3.5 million higher than budget, with notable variances outlined on the slide. Interest received from investments is lower than budget, offset some by operating subsidies above budget. Other revenue is $5.9 million above year-to-date budget, with key contributors detailed on the slide. And internal sales for quarries are $2 million below budget, partially offset by higher external sales and lower operating expenditure. Year-to-date operating expenditure is $822,000 below year-to-date budget, with key variances including employee costs, $2.6 million below year-to-date budget, core materials and services below budget, with contributing factors noted on the slide. Levy programs are $1.3 million below year-to-date budget, and these favourable variances are offset by depreciation, which is $2.7 million above budget. The non-recurrent expense variances include a loss on disposal of assets of $9.2 million and prior year capital expenses operational in nature of $4 million. The total capital works program has progressed 39.8%, with $115.2 million expended year to date. The core capital works program accounts for $78 million of this expenditure. As at the 31st of January, Council's cash balance, excluding trust, is $192.1 million, comprising $20.4 million in unrestricted cash and $171.7 million in restricted cash. Council's total debt at the 31st of January is $428 million, with planned new borrowings of $66.8 million for the 25-26 financial year. Council currently holds 2 investments totalling $30 million, achieving a weighted average return of 4.24%. The 25-26 savings initiatives are currently above target based on year-to-date profiling. Achieved savings initiatives will be formally recognised in Budget Review 2. Current risks are outlined in the report and summarised on the slide. And the recommendation today that Council receive and note the report titled January 2026 Financial Performance Report.
Thank you, Ms Dunbar. Can I have someone move Councillor Broderick and seconded Councillor Hungerford? Councillor Broderick.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you, and thank you, Sharon, for bringing us this report again. We've got lots of finance to talk about today, so with our budget review coming up later as well. So I just wanted to highlight a couple of things out of this one, noting that it's January, so when you look at that cash balance there, noting that all of the rates were due in this month, so hoping that you've all paid your rates and they're all up to date. So thank you for that. The other thing that I wanted to draw attention to is just evident of the work that we're trying to do as a council in order to bring us back on track and make us a more sustainable council so that we can do all the things that we need to do for our community. And that is on that last slide that you had there about the savings initiatives. And already this year to date, we're above where we expected to be as far as those savings initiatives go. So I just wanted to put a thank you out to all of our staff and directors who have been working hard to find those savings right across the board. So thank you. I'm going to leave that open. We'll talk about more in budget too. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Broderick. Councillor Hungerford.
Through you, Madam Mayor, and I'll have a lot more to say on the next item. We've gone through there where there's some things up, some things down. It's very line ball at the moment. What concerns me is the cash of only 192 million and that breaking down into unrestricted cash of only 20.4 million. We have 2 debt payments per year in council, February and August. That's 14 million each time, 28 million all up. So when you look at the cash we've actually got on hand, we're heavily relying on the rates coming in February to keep our cash flow going. And that's a position we need to work on in the future. We'll have more to say about that in Budget Review 2, because we've got to make substantial changes in how we do the coming year's budget and a few years after that to get ourselves to sustainability. But I'm watching it with concern, and we are in a time when it's delivering things as dear. The construction index is still going up. We've got those headwinds there, and we've got to look at our expenditure into the future, but I'll say more about that in the next item. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hungerford. Councillor Johnston.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. To Ms Dunbar, or the Chief Financial Officer, I noticed that the capital works expenditure at the end of January is less than 40% achieved, and that's normal for a financial year because there's a lag of the payments being booked, things that have been done at the latter part of the previous year, or the previous calendar year. But I just would like to know if anybody knows what the major projects that are still to be delivered in the next 5 months are and what the estimated costs of them are. Thank you.
Our Chief Financial Officer, Mr Parsons, coming to the microphone.
Thanks for the question, Councillor Johnston, through you, Madam Mayor. I think, Councillor Johnston, that question will be answered with the next item on the agenda today. So Budget Review 2, will outline the proposed amendments to the current year budget, including the capital program, and list some of the major projects that will be impacted this year.
Councillor Johnston, do you have any more questions? Okay, thank you for that. All right, thank you, Mr Parsons. That's great. Does anyone else have any other questions or wish to speak on the matter? Councillor Broderick, would you like to close? No. Okay, I will put the motion to the vote then. All those in favour? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. Now, Ms Dunbar, don't run away in case that was your intention, because we have item 8.6, Budget Review 2. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. So this presentation outlines Budget Review 2 for the 25-26 financial year. So BR2 is enabled under Section 170 of the Local Government Regulations 2012, which allows Council to amend its annual budget by resolution anytime before the end of the financial year. This BR2 is a reflection of management's best forecasts of the year-end financial position. So this table summarises the change across the key high-level lines from current budget to Budget Review to revised budget. The full statement of income and expense is on page 13 of 24 of the BR2 papers. Operating revenue has reduced by $16.7 million and operating expenditure has reduced by $2.7 million. This results in a reduction to the operating result from $711,000 surplus to a $13.3 million deficit. On the capital side, capital revenue has reduced by $4.5 million and the total capital works program has reduced by $22.1 million to $267.3 million. These adjustments have resulted in an impact to the closing cash balance of $6 million. The key operating adjustments are on the following slides. I'm happy to take questions at the end for anything that requires clarification. The Capital Works Program budget decrease of $22.1 million includes $6.7 million increase funded by additional grant funding and external contributions, $9.9 million in bring forward of budgets from 26-27 financial year, and $38.7 million in budget deferrals. Again, the following slides note the significant capital project adjustments, and happy to take questions on those. Two other significant items which are impacting Council's cash flow forecast are land sales and a reduction in developer cash contributions. So this table summarises the impact of BR2 on the forecast position over the next 5 years. Under the current long-term plan assumptions, we are forecasting an operating deficit for at least the next 2 years. The Executive has begun discussions with councillors on the 26-27 budget, and as we work through the budget process, these assumptions will be reviewed and refined and considered further by Council before the 26-27 budget is adopted in June. The key risks are outlined in the report, and management has used its best endeavours and judgment to determine suitable estimates and assumptions based on the available data, with reference to independent sources and relevant historical information where possible. There is a risk that the actual results may vary from the estimates, and material variances will be monitored and reported to Council through the monthly financial performance report. And the recommendation for Council's consideration is on the screen.
Thank you, Ms Dunbar. Councillors, a mover for this item, Councillor Broderick, seconder, Councillor Hungerford. Thank you. Councillor Broderick.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through the Chair. Thanks again, Sharon, for the work that you've done here. I'm going to start really quite generally because I'm sure my colleagues here have a lot of questions to ask along the way. So budget reviews are a responsible step that our councils across Queensland take each year, and it allows us to adjust our settings in real time rather than leaving the surprises for later. Today's budget review is an opportunity to assess where we're at right now and what changes need to be made in order for us to seek the best financial outcomes for our community so we can continue to deliver the essential services that our residents both need and expect. It means we're being transparent and honest about where our finances stand halfway through this financial year. Let's look at the big elephant in the room. We're acknowledging our deficit today. This review shows that we're facing financial pressures, like many households, businesses and councils right across the state. Our operating result has moved from a small surplus to a projected deficit, and that's not something that we take lightly. What's important is that we're identifying the challenge now, early enough to respond, and we're doing it openly and in front of everybody. What excites me is that Council have already started the hard work on the new budget for the next financial year so that we can ensure it's efficient, responsible and sustainable into the long-term future. Thank you to the team who continue to work hard to find efficiencies and simply just a better way of doing things. Some of the decisions we are facing now are hard and we are forced to understand what the real priorities are and how best to deliver for our community. The financial pressures are driven largely by reduced revenues in some areas and increased costs in others. We've seen less income from rates, fees and charges, grants and interest earnings. At the same time, we've got costs such as materials, labour and depreciation that have increased, reflecting real conditions in our current economy right across the board. All of these issues collectively require us to recalibrate our budget. I understand that there may be concern or criticism when a council reports a deficit. People expect us to manage public money carefully and they're right to expect that, and that's what we're doing. This review is part of that responsibility, acknowledging the pressures, responding transparently and ensuring the community is kept informed. So just before I sit down, Madam Mayor, I'm wondering if I've got a question now, if that's okay. Just in relation to the depreciation, because there's been a lot of discussion regarding depreciation over the last financial year and what that means and the impact that it's had to our bottom line. With this in mind, we've been working and continuing on our asset management system and how assets are handed over to council and their value. Can you please explain where the asset management review process is at and where it's up to? Thank you, Mr. Parsons.
Our Chief Financial Officer making his way to the microphone. Thank you, Mr. Parsons.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Broderick. Through you, Madam Mayor. The asset management program piece of work is well underway. There's been a significant amount of work developing the program and analysing all of the components of that. There's a number of business processes that have been mapped across the organisation, including the processes for contributed assets to the organisation, and they are a couple of the items that have contributed to the large adjustment at the end of last financial year. The Executive have received a couple of reports on the progress of this program, and we've made some decisions to inform the direction on the asset management systems into the future, and some work is happening with the team at the moment to do some market sounding and assess the options in that place to progress any systems improvement that are related to that. So there are a range of other tactical measures that we're looking at progressively to show incremental improvement in those business processes. So there's still a lot of work to do, but we're on track to making improvement to those processes in our business. And as you're well aware, assets and depreciation are some of the biggest items in our budget.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And just noting that as well, because it's also in our audit report later on. So thank you for your answer today, Keith. Thanks, Madam Mayor. I'll hand over to my capable colleagues.
Thank you, Councillor Broderick. Councillor Dixon.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Mayor. Members of the community will ask the question, so it's best to address this now. These are Division 6 specific projects that have been deferred, and I just want to quickly talk on those. The Cancoban Drive Park, this is an interesting one. We got a state government grant on top of some money, I believe, actually you're putting in, Madam Mayor, and myself, to do a stage 1 upgrade for our district park. And unfortunately, in recent times, there's been some sinkholes open up in the park and we've had to do some geotech investigations. So while that's ongoing, we can't begin any construction phases in the park. So council staff are deferring that project to next financial year. So it would have been good to see the work start, but because we don't know what's happening underground, we just can't progress that. So that's in relation to Cancoban Drive Park. The Clippers Basketball Stadium, there's a $100,000 commitment from the Division 6 Capital Works program, the council funding. That's actually not being deferred. The team are aware of that, and there's some discussions in the background that money is going to be drawn down on soon by council staff and the club to start some design work for the club. So if there's any community members seeing that, it's actually not going to be deferred. We're working on that. The money will be available this financial year. We will remedy that. In regards to the LGIP funding for the Cycleways, the active transport PT, as Deborah Robinson spoke on earlier today, we've had significant community feedback. Because of that, we've had to go back to the drawing board and we'll be doing more community engagement, which means there's no way we're going to spend that money on physical construction this financial year. It would have been good. I had expectations that we would be under construction, but the community have given us their views and we're going to consider that in the process. So just wanted to explain why they're being deferred.
Thank you, Councillor Dixon. Councillor Hungerford.
Through you, Madam Mayor. $13.3 million deficit. I'm not altogether surprised. Remember, I did not vote for the budget. Things that I've been saying for a long time is we're spending too much. We've got to get our spending down. Our cash balances are way too low. We've got to build those up again. When we were looking at council deliberations last time, and I think it's on page 312 of the budget documents, when you put all the increases there, it was over 12% on overall revenue coming up. That's the highest I've seen in 22 years as a councillor. Through the CFO, I put together a suggestion to try and get expenditure down and try and take the heat off the ratepayers. That was rejected. Now, the thing that really ran the red flag for me was wanting to set up a $51 million redraw facility. Out of a $900 million budget, that's quite a figure to put there. So that was alarm bells for me. And more importantly, when I look at the, if you go to page 11, and I want to congratulate the CEO and CFO for bringing this forward so we can have it out in the open and really have a discussion on it. And it is important for the community to share that as well, because we've got headwinds here that weren't of our creation that we've now got to deal with. So this is going to be tough, because I believe this is going to take 5 years or more to get us back right up where we should be again. This is going to be a long, hard haul. This is going to require us to have courage, focus and discipline. We've got to take the community on that journey with us, because if we fail, the outcome for the community will be far worse. Now, when you look at the figures, have we got page 11 up there? Long-term financial forecast, and I do appreciate the CFO. Every time these come out to me, he gets a phone call from me and I've got questions left, right and centre. I do appreciate you making the time all the time to help me to understand what these figures mean, because it's quite complex. Now, when you look up there, you blow it up, that $51 million redraw facility, the CEO now tells me hasn't been put in place and we haven't used it yet. We've got $66.8 million worth of borrowings there. That's because of the expenditure we've got, the capital works in particular. Now, 15 million of that is because the LGIP program is short. State government for years has had a cap on what we can charge the growth, the development, for trunk infrastructure. I've always been disappointed that the ratepayers have been subsidising that the whole time out of general revenue. But now the gap's become so large, we're starting to have to borrow. It's not just this council that's in this boat. Every local government is, and the water utilities as well. It's going to be an issue that's going to have to come to the fore, because it's going to have to be dealt with, because that gap is going to impact the sustainability of all those organisations and our fellow councils as well. It's being ignored at the moment. But back to what we're doing here is that 51 million we borrowed just to keep up with our expenditure in the capital works. We've got to get that expenditure down. We can't keep spending at that sort of level. And the community's got to accept that we're going to have to scale back on things to remain sustainable in the future, because they're the ones paying the price. Because if you look at next year, 27, if we stay on the track we're on at the moment, it's forecasting a $19.2 million deficit. And the year after that, it's got a smaller deficit, only if we control ourselves. That's not sustainable in the long run. You can't just keep borrowing. Debt is not the answer. You use it where you have to, necessity, but you only do it sparingly, and you don't just make it the easy out. So we've got big headwinds in front of us here. We've got to work together, and it's going to be tough decisions, and we're all going to have to take losses in the area. We've already done that, but we need more. But if we do not get this right, if we do not make those tough decisions and pull back on the expenditure and build those cash balances, the community in the future will pay a far higher price than the cutbacks we do now. And I want the community to understand that. Everyone around this table is caught up in this and trying to get it right, and it's not going to be easy. But we've got to have that courage, but we've got to share it with the community so they can see that we're genuinely working for them. Because I don't want to be getting here this time next year and be facing a $19 million plus deficit. So, Madam Mayor, this is a snapshot on where we're at the moment, projection of where we're going at the moment, and I really commend that for being brought forward so we can really see it in totality before we go into the next budget. But the next couple of budgets and the next 3 or 4 after that are going to be critical to us getting back to where we should be sustainably. And I want to work with you on that score for this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hungerford. Councillor Suarez.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. Yes, it is a difficult budget review number 2, and to Councillor Hungerford's points about everyone pulling their belts in, you know, that would be greatly appreciated. And I note that, you know, there's a number of projects across all of the divisions that have some budget deferrals. In Division 9, I've got 9 projects in total under budget deferrals. That doesn't mean that they're not being progressed. It just means that a number of them have been pushed out to the next financial year, with the exception of 2 projects. One is the Nambour landfill wheel wash decommission, which was a very small project and not essential to providing the services that our community needs. And the second one, which was going to be quite a hefty one in the outgoing years, which was the Maroochydore North Sport and Recreation Precinct. So we have a lot of pressures on our sporting infrastructure, and particularly north of the river, but in the current climate we really did have to assess our priorities. And while that project is not going away, it's just not going to be looked at in this financial year and possibly not next financial year. So I just wanted to make my community aware of those. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Suarez. Councillor Banya.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Yeah, it's always not very fun having to get up and talk about budget reviews, but I think one of the things that I want to stress to the community is that we are making difficult decisions based on the most accurate financial information that we have, and having to make difficult decisions about assumptions, not necessarily in real time either. You know, I think one of the things, if you look at the parts of this budget review that have really hurt us, revenue for one, in terms of rates and the assumptions that we had made in terms of growth of new properties coming online and the amount of ratepayers that we'd have. That's not an easy thing to actually estimate. We've had growth rates that fluctuate, we've had ongoing high growth rates, but that's something that is a problem. Expenditure, I think we as a council have actually done our absolute best to rein in expenditure of an operational nature, but you know, it's easy to talk about reducing expenditure, but when you actually go through the process of working out what you stop funding, what parks you stop mowing, or how many times you mow them, what services you discontinue or alter or reimagine, it's incredibly difficult. You know, Councillor Law has said previously, there is no one on the Sunshine Coast who has ever contacted council and said, please start doing less. You know, I think the only thing that we ever hear from the community about doing less is getting paid as councillors. That's the reality of it. And it's, you know, reflective of all politicians at every level. So, you know, it is going to be very hard from an operational perspective to find savings. And we're not just talking about savings as a line item. We're talking about people in this organisation who are making contributions each and every day. And we are asking our staff to constantly do more with less. And I know that when I go out and talk to community members about their expectations of service levels, they are high. And sometimes I have to be very blunt and say, we can't do more because you'll be paying for it. Or if you'd like us to do more, How do you feel about paying for it? And that's a tough conversation. No one likes being in that position. You know, as a first-term councillor, I wish it was all, you know, rainbows and gummy bears in terms of our financial position, and I could do whatever I wanted in terms of building the assets and services that I know my community in Division 8 needs, but I can't. And it requires patience and it requires focus. I think the things that we know are problems around depreciation, I have some confidence that we are actually starting to make headway in terms of asset management, but I think we have to do more, and we have to collectively keep our eye on that, because that is a reoccurring problem, not just for this organisation, but for all local governments across Australia. We're very lucky in the sense that we are not at our own in this. We have many local governments who are experiencing deficit budgets. We have many governments, state and federal, who are experiencing deficit budgets. But I think the thing that people need to look very carefully at when we talk about debt and borrowing are the actual ratios that show our financial sustainability as an organisation. They are well within limits. Our capacity to repay our existing debts and to borrow additional money, should it be required, is well within limits. And we need to be realistic of the fact that when we choose not to borrow money to deliver big capital projects that are supporting the growth of our region, we are dipping into the here and now of ratepayers. That is the choice we have to make. And as an organisation, it is our responsibility to carry and manage debt effectively. So they're the things that I have looked at in this budget review. They're the things that I've considered. They're actually the things that keep me up at night. But ultimately, I think we've been very transparent with the community, not just doing it at annual report time when the accounts have been reconciled. We're flagging to people going into our budget process for FY27 that we are in a deficit. We have been in a deficit for several years. We have to work our way through it. This is not a budget fix. This is budget repair. It takes time. It will take patience. And we thank the community for their understanding while we get through it.
Thank you, Councillor Bunnag. Councillor Law.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, councillors, for the comments so far. Thank you for the reports, and to Keith and the whole team who have been working through a lot of the history and providing us with, from what I can see, some of the best and most reliable information on which we need to base our decisions. So thank you for that. I can confirm Councillor Bunnag's comments of I have never had anyone approach me and say, please will you spend less. It's never happened. Everybody wants more. And every budget time it comes around, even though up until recent times we might have been able to do a little bit more here and there, everyone still wants more. And yet here we find ourselves in a space where there is commentary along the lines of we have to scale back and we have to do less. And on the one hand, yeah, I can see that. But when I look at it in the context of the people who talk to me and who are saying, we'd like a little bit more, please, the problem that they come to me with is they've been asking for a little bit more for an incredibly long time. And on the cusp of having the most significant investment this century in the hinterland and in Nambour taken away from under our noses, just about at the point of commencement, and I'm referring to the Nambour Library renovations of our council assets of the Eddie de Vere and Fred Murray buildings and the library there. The biggest investment in the hinterland this council has made this century was about to happen, and it stopped. And that occurred prior to this budget. It happened prior to this budget review. It happened prior to the budget review of Budget Review 1 of this financial year. So while we look at this and we're thinking, where will we save funds and how can we scale back? I need this opportunity to remind us that approximately $50 million of investment in the hinterland has been moved to 2030, 2031, 2032. And that is a significant issue when you have conversations about scaling back and doing less. There's been a project I've been working on for about 5 years, to seal a section of gravel road at North Arm. And there have been some construction issues and design issues, and they have been overcome. And then there have been a whole series of issues around timing. And this particular project has kept being pushed back by other projects elsewhere. It should finally happen in March this year. Had we done this project when it was first started and with the initial designs, it would have been about 50% less than what it's going to cost today. That is unbelievably frustrating for many reasons. However, that's the reality of what we're dealing with. And when I look at the significant adjustments in Budget Review 2, the increases and the bring forwards, all but one of the 6, are all along the beachfront, literally along the beachfront. The only investment that gets close to the hinterland, and it's not even in Division 10, mind you, but at the Nambour landfill, we're bringing forward a project to start the next landfill cell as a result of losing landfill because of the wave. So things that are happening where we are losing landfill capacity because the wave might be coming through means that we need to accelerate the development of the Nambour landfill. So I'm finding it increasingly difficult to see that we are the place where you can bring your rubbish and bring all your recycling. And if you look back at the investment at the Nambour landfill in the last 4 years, it is phenomenal. And we've got a state-of-the-art, brilliant material recycling centre. Fantastic. The landfill system there is being increased to operate more effectively and efficiently. Great. But the hinterland would like a little bit more than being the rubbish dump for the region. So, yes, I understand the problem very clearly, but the notion of scaling back when you've already got so little is unbelievably frustrating. So, this is very difficult. I'm grateful that we've got a better handle on our reality, but the reality just is doubly worse when you're starting from such a small catching up position. So I will finish by saying I'm not very happy. And I think that was how I finished when we adopted this budget in July of this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Law. Councillor Johnston.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd just like to echo similar comments to Councillor Law. And I listen with interest to Councillor Hungerford, who tells us that we have to cut back on our capital works projects, etc., etc. Well, I don't see too many of the councillors putting their hand up to say that they will reduce or defer significant capital works projects in their division. And, you know, we copped it last year. We had the year before, we had our gravel roads sealing program increased to 8 million, and then this financial year it was cut back to 4.5 million, and it's going to be 4.5 million the next year. It wasn't a deferral, it was a cut, right? Now, for the people in the hinterland, where all the gravel roads are, that was a significant reduction in how much money is spent in their division. Councillor Davis talked about the Nambour buildings, etc. And what I will be saying is that Councillor Hungerford and the other coastal councillors, if you're really serious about cutting capital expenditure, you're going to have to do it in your own divisions. I mean, really do it in your divisions. The amount of money that we spend because we believe it's essential in the coastal section is enormous. And every year and every report that comes forward to council, for instance, the indoor sports stadium, they're all on the coast. Not one of them, apart from the gymnasium, the gym building at Woombye, not one of them is west of the Bruce Highway, you know? So do you, honestly, can you just try and relate to how the people in the hinterland feel when they see, 50 million, 70 million, 100 million, etc., being spent on the coastal section, and they're getting not very much, maybe a couple of million or a few million each year, which you have to plan well in advance in their areas. Being in local government is all about, not about where the money is raised from. We've gone past that. There used to be financial divisions where you spent the money that was raised in your division. We're beyond that. But the purpose of local government is so that you can deliver services and facilities of comparable standard, not exactly the same standard, but comparable standard throughout the local authority. And at present, that's not happening. So, we need to look very seriously, and this next budget, I won't be very quiet about situations where we're spending the vast majority of our capital expenditure on the coast and hardly anything in the hinterland. But I will be voting for this resolution.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. Councillor Natoli.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I get very tired of listening to councillors refer to their divisions as a rubbish dump. That to me is a derogatory comment and spur on every other councillor here that are working towards dealing with the enormous pressures that we have with growth. Quite okay for these councillors to vote, town plan, increase densities and push it onto the coast while they protect the lifestyle of the people in the hinterland, and I'm happy about that. But the problem I see is that they want us to have all the growth, have all the problems, and then don't understand that somehow we've got to be able to budget and fund the infrastructure to be able to cope with that. And it is a difficult balancing act that we have. But at some point, you have to accept some responsibility for what is happening on the coast. I've been in Nambour. I've committed to coming and talking to the Chamber. I'm committed to trying to do what I can. I have conversations with people in the hinterland. I say, you want more growth? You want to trade that, have more population, more traffic, have the same problems that we have on the coast, or would you prefer to keep your gravel roads and keep the lifestyle that you have? And they always say we want the lifestyle maintained. That's what they want. And so it's too easy to throw back that we as coastal councillors are doing such a huge disservice. We protect the lifestyle of those people in the hinterland.
Councillor Natoli, would you keep your comments to the item before us?
Well, the councillors that
Just
have made those
Councillor
comments,
Natoli.
I have a right.
Just a moment. Yeah. Councillor Natoli, if you'd sit, and Councillor Law, you have a point of order.
So, point of order. The descriptions that are being said of lifestyle, I do not have anyone talk to me about lifestyle. And as you have rightly said, the comments have nothing to do with the report in front of us. And I believe my comments were very specific about the report in front of us and the feedback about the budget received to me from constituents.
Okay. Just a moment. Thank you, Councillor Law. Councillor Natoli, if you would keep your comments now to the item before us, which is budget review 2.
It's all about the budget. It's about how we manage our budgets and how we are able to put that. There have been comments made about how much money has been spent on the coast. My comments is about, I suppose, defending our budget as it is structured at the moment. And it is reflective of the way that we as a coast are growing and the growing pains that we're facing. And with the limited budgets that we have and the changes that we've had to make, I was on a tour with the CEO yesterday, and I offered a saving in my division. I'm constantly looking at ways that we can actually reduce costs. And I'm quite happy for that money to go to the hinterland if it can be. So, I just hope that we don't get on the floor here and start making comments about councillors in such a derogatory way when we're all trying to deal with the growing pains of the whole Sunshine Coast.
Thank you, Councillor Natoli. Councillor Johnston.
Could I be indulged to respond?
Now, just a moment. You've spoken already.
Yes.
Do you have a question?
Well, my question is, in that case, my question is, who controls whether there's development in the hinterland versus in the coast? Is it us councillors around here, or is it the state by their mandated growth figures and areas of growth?
Okay. Mr CEO, would you like to answer that, or our Director of Planning? No?
Very happy to. Thank you, Councillor Johnston. It's clearly council that make that decision. There are instances where grants are awarded, and they may be geographically relevant, and it may well be demographics as well that drive some of that. But predominantly, ultimately, it is the decision of this chamber as to whether we accept that or not.
Thank you. Just a moment, Councillor Johnston. I think Ms Robinson will have a little answer to your question as well.
In the rural areas, it's in the hinterland. It's in the coast.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston, for your question, and through you, Madam Mayor. Obviously, the state government sets the boundary of the urban footprint, and certain things can occur within inside of that. Most definitely, population growth occurs within that urban footprint because that's what it's designed to do. But we do have, as the CEO has rightly pointed out, we do have proposals for the hinterland, not to the same density, of course, that can occur in rural areas or regional production in rural areas, but they're not to the same density as what we're seeing within the urban footprint. Does that respond to your question, Councillor Johnston? Oh.
Thank you, Ms Robinson. Do you have another question, Councillor, or not? No? Okay. Thank you. Thank you. If we'd all just maintain our comments and no interjecting through the floor. Thank you. Councillor Bunag, you have already spoken. Do you have a question? Thank you. Councillor Bunag.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for your indulgence. Through you, my question is, does Council have a mechanism to provide divisional figures relating to the Capital Works program?
So through the chair, yes, we do.
Through the chair, could I request that those figures be made public? Do we have access to those at the moment?
Chair, we can certainly make those available, yes.
Through the chair, is it at this point, or is it a further council workshop, or is it?
I think, if I could interject for a second, we might take that offline and look into that and discuss that as a group.
Well, my question is, there's been a lot of debate around where money is being spent, and I would like to know if there is a mechanism publicly where we can demonstrate where money is being spent on a divisional basis. And if that is the case, that it can be done, is that possible, and can it be shared publicly?
Okay. Mr CEO, would you like to take that question?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Bunag, and through the chair. Yes, it's possible to do that. I'd like to bring that to a briefing, and we can have a discussion about that.
No further questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Bunag. Councillor Burns, you haven't spoken yet. In fact, you get to speak now.
Thanks, Madam Mayor, through you. Potentially a few of us in the room might need a Snickers bar, I think. Madam Mayor, a number of years ago I heard a quote that just said the size of your complaint determines the size of your vision. And I think listening to the discussion regarding BR2 and the situation that we're in as a council is actually that in a united way, each of the councillors hold a big complaint. And the complaint is that we have big hopes and aspirations for the vision, but we don't have the capacity to deliver them with the funds available. That's the complaint. And it's actually irrelevant as to where that's held, whether it's Division 1, 9, 10, whatever. The complaint is the same, and therefore the vision, though, has to be commensurate to that, and that our goal and our job as councillors is not to complain about my particular little patch, but to look at the bigger vision of who we are as a particular region. The budgetary pressures that we're under are ours collectively, not to be picked off and looked at just in isolation as a little piece of the pie, but as to what is it that we're building and aspiring to over the next 20, 30, 40, 50 years. What will this region be recognised as? Because that's actually the vision. So let's not actually reduce the complaint around the budgetary pressure, but actually let's make sure that our complaint is commensurate with what we're actually got in the picture. And so as we look at this, yep, you know what, we are going to have to make cuts and say for our community, that's our challenge. And the challenge we're going to actually have, and we're going to continue to have with you when we come out and you say, can I have that new pathway? Could I get a bin put in the park? Could I get a new amenities block in that space? Can we see the stormwater upgraded? Can we get the road potholes fixed quicker? Can we get all of that? The question will have to come back also, at what point, what service, what level are you willing to accept? Because it all comes with a cost, and this council is not the bottomless pit we might assume it to be. So while we may have deep complaints and deep concerns, what is your vision that comes with it? Because if the grass is a little bit long, and I'm really worried about that, maybe my vision is too small. We are a region, and we have our particular areas of responsibility, but together we actually make up the Sunshine Coast. So from a budgetary space of BR2, this is tough, it is real, it is not pretending anything otherwise, but within it holds a vision that is actually bigger than each one of us individually, and it is actually a collective responsibility. That's the intent that we bring it to the public, that's the intent we bring it to this meeting, and that is the intent moving forward, that we lead for the good of this region. So I will be supporting the BR2. It is challenging, it is tough, and it's not going to get nice for a little while. Let's get on with it, because that's actually what our community expect of us, and collectively we will see a region that is continually functioning well into the future, that is livable, connected and thriving. Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Burns. Thank you for lifting our sights, for reminding us that the 11 of us sit here with regional responsibilities to people wherever they live on the Sunshine Coast, whether they live here now, whether they are coming here or whether they visit here, that we are collectively responsible, and we do have a vision for a Sunshine Coast that is connected, livable and thriving. These are difficult decisions, and what you've seen play out here is that pressure in real time. The pressure that we individually feel for our divisions, for our whole region, all of us. And that's played out. Whether you are here for your first term or an experienced councillor, no one plans for a deficit of this magnitude. No one sets out for that. And we find ourselves making decisions with the best available information at the time, with the best possible intent. That is what we collectively have set out to do and seek to do in this chamber. So we've heard about the impacts on our budget, from decreased revenue to increased costs, things that are out of our control as individual councillors. So it is tough. And with all of my colleagues here, I ask that you continue in the spirit with which we are developing the next budget, and that is collectively to put the future of the Sunshine Coast first and foremost in our thinking, in our planning, and ultimately in the way that we vote in this chamber. Thank you. Councillor Broderick, would you like to close?
Well, hasn't this been fun? Look, I just thank you to everybody who's had something to say today, and it is tough. These are big decisions and really, really difficult decisions for us to have to be making. But what we can talk about is we are committed to doing the best for our entire region. We will continue to monitor our financial performance monthly and report regularly to the community. We are committed to delivering essential services, maintaining our assets in the way that they should, and supporting the projects our residents rely on. And as previously alluded to, and we've talked about it here today, there are some tough decisions that have to be made in order for us to find savings, especially when our expectations are so high. We don't take this lightly, and we will continue to work hard to ensure we are being responsible, transparent and accountable in all of the financial decisions that need to be made. I am confident that we're heading in the right direction with more accurate information and organisational reviews that the teams are going through right now. So thank you to our teams who are doing those and doing the hard yards. Today's budget review is not just about the numbers, it's about maintaining trust while continuing to deliver the best for the future of our region. The best way to do that is through openness, honesty, like we've been doing today, and by doing the responsible and proactive work that we have been and are doing. All of us are working collectively for the good of all of our Sunshine Coast. So thank you to team bringing this to us today. Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Broderick. Councillors, I'll now put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? Okay, councillors, it is Councillor Broderick, Landsberg, Burns, Natoli, Johnston, Dixon, Hungerford, Bunag, Suarez and Mayor Natoli in favour. All those against? Councillor Law. The motion is carried. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, Ms Dunbar. I'm quite sure you'll make a hasty retreat. Unfortunately, Mr Parsons, you're not able to make a hasty retreat. You must stay with us here. And we move now to item 8.7. Welcome Ms Lane to present this item.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. Good afternoon, councillors, ELT and members of the community joining us online. The purpose of this report is to seek an exception from Council in accordance with Section 236 of the Local Government Regulation 2012 to enter into a new lease with an existing tenant over 103 Wrigley Street in Maroochydore. The land at Lot 341 on Registered Plan 88443 was purchased by Council in September 2024 for the Maud Street and Sugar Road upgrade project. The property is improved with an office and will eventually be required for the project, but can continue to be occupied and leased in the interim. The tenant operated their business from the premises prior to ownership being transferred to Council. The fixed-term lease expired in September and the tenancy is currently holding over on a monthly basis. Agreement has been reached with on key terms with the tenant, which can be found in Confidential Attachment 1. It is recommended that should councillors wish to discuss the information in the confidential attachment, Council resolve to close the meeting under Section 254J, Paragraph 3G of the Local Government Regulation, as the attachment contains information relating to commercial matters where public discussion could prejudice Council's interest. This report therefore seeks the decision of Council that an exception to the Local Government Regulation applies to the disposal of an interest in land by lease other than by auction or tender, as the lease is being renewed to an existing tenant. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Lane. Councillor Natoli, the mover. Seconder, Councillor Broderick. Thank you, Councillor Natoli.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I totally support the recommendations that the officer has made. It just shows how much control the state government has over the processes of local government. We have to go to the minister, we have to go to the government, ask for approval to be able to not to do something that normally would think be just regular business for a local government to be able to do. So we have to go through this cumbersome process each time we want to go down this path. Obviously, this lease won't be there forever. and it'll be a short term. It'll continue to bring revenue to the council, which is great, but obviously, ultimately, this land will be used for the widening of Sugar Road and Water Street project. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Natoli. Any other councillors who wish to speak to the motion? No. Councillor Natoli, do you have anything to add to close? No. Okay, I'll put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Thank you, Ms Lane. Thanks for your work, for yours and all the team. Okay, we now move on to item 8.8, which is the Audit Committee meeting from the 12th of February 2026. And Mr Parsons is here to answer any questions, should anyone have some. And councillors, can I have someone move a motion for this item? Councillor Broderick, seconded Councillor Hungerford. Councillor Broderick.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, won't keep you long. The Audit Committee has met again just previously, and can I just extend a special thank you to all of the additional councillors that show a special interest in that Audit Committee too, because it's great to have you around the table with us. As you know, I really quite love the Audit and Risk Committee because that's where our accountability lies, which is awesome. Just wanted to also put a huge shout out to all of our staff who come to present to that meeting, because the reports that they put together are really quite something else. They're very in-depth and they're opening themselves up to questions with the Queensland Audit Office in the room and our external auditors as well. So just a massive thank you, and just bring this before you today, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Broderick. Councillor Suarez.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, I don't have any questions for Mr Parsons. I just have a comment for the audit report. Shout out to Councillor Burns, who made the request to have the Climate Resilient Organisation put on the Audit Committee as a standing reporting item. And I know Councillor Burns and myself, along with a number of ELT, have sat in on a few webinars and workshops related to this issue. And one of the things that I'd like to reflect to the broader group of councillors and to the council organisation and to the community is that when we look at the impact of climate change on our performance in council, it is not just about environmental impacts, it's not just about impacts to our coastal infrastructure from natural disasters, it is an impact to our council financially and also with legal risks. They are the two predominant reasons why this is being brought to the Audit Committee. So it's not about the environment, it is about financial and legal risks. It impacts our council in a number of ways. It impacts our services, it impacts our workforce, it impacts our insurance costs. So that is why I'm really pleased to see that this is being brought forward to our Audit Committee, and how our broader council and our organisation can understand why we need to start to plan for it today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Suarez. Any other councillors? No. Councillor Broderick? No. I'm saying no quickly before even checking, but there we go. That's where we are. Councillors, I will put the motion to the vote. Those in favour? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, Mr Parsons, for your contribution there. We move on. There are no notices of motion today, so we will move on to petitions. Councillor Broderick, I believe you have a petition to table today.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I rise to table a petition received from the residents of Halcyon, Nirimba, contains 250 signatures, and the petition requests a review of the speed limit and safety conditions along Banya Avenue immediately outside of their entrance. And it says, we, the undersigned residents of Halcyon, Nirimba, over 50s community and road users of Banya Avenue and the wider Aura community, request that the Sunshine Coast Council undertake a speed limit review and reduction on the section immediately outside of the entrance to Halcyon, Nirimba, 25 Banya Avenue. By tabling this petition today, I respectfully ask that it be referred to the relevant council officers for formal assessment and that the feedback be provided to the community once it's...
Just a moment, we'll vote first.
Sure.
Okay, Councillor Broderick has moved that we accept this petition and then the petition only, no position. Seconded by Councillor Johnston. Can I have a show of hands after, first of all, did you want to speak to it and have your minute to speak?
30 seconds?
30 seconds. Before we vote,
Sure.
you can speak to it.
Thanks. The residents of Halcyon have raised clear and consistent concerns about the increasing traffic volumes, speeding vehicles and the safety impacts on drivers, pedestrians and school children using this section of road. We all know Aura is growing at a rapid rate and therefore the traffic is increasing. This is also exacerbated by this is the main road to get into the next suburb right now, which means all of the construction trucks are using this road as well. So it's quite busy. So their proposal for a reduced speed limit and associated safety measures is both practical and worthy of being assessed within our existing traffic management frameworks. So I just also wanted to congratulate the Halcyon community on their consistency and persistence in seeing improvements at this intersection. Our team have already started doing that by clearing a lot of the...
That's more than a minute. Do you have anything else to add there?
They're doing a great job. They've started, they're on it. And,
okay,
we'd like
now we'll vote. So, councillors, we've heard from Councillor Broderick. I put the motion to accept the petition to the vote. Those in favour, and that is carried unanimously. Councillor Broderick, if you'd like to hand that to the CEO. Okay, great. Councillor Natoli, I believe you have a petition for us.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a petition signed by 7 petitioners. I'll read it. As a result of ongoing and significant disturbances of peace at Marina Walk by young adults on P-plates who congregate almost every evening, we, the undersigned residents of Marina Walk, Alexandra Headland, request that Marina Walk be a street limited to residents only with no access to unauthorised vehicles. We request that this be enforced from 1800 hours to 400 hours every day. The behaviour of these young people includes, but not limited to, hooning, burnouts, disrespectful and intimidating behaviour, littering and the use of illegal substances. This behaviour is causing a lot of stress with residents, some of who are elderly, and we believe the only way to prevent this is from continuing is to not only allow limited access to the street. We, the undersigned residents of Marina Walk, Alexandra, request that Marina Walk be a street limited to residents only with no access. So,
thank you, Councillor Natoli. Can you just confirm how many signatures there were? 17. Thank you for that. You've moved it. Can I have a seconder to accept the petition and refer to the CEO? Councillor Landsberg. Thank you. Councillor Natoli, would you like to speak for 1 minute?
Yes, this street is a real problem for me. It wasn't in the previous term. We resolved it by putting in limited car parking between 6 and 4 a.m. Because some of the residents were fined, we withdrew that, and it's come back with a vengeance now. The police are really struggling with the issue down at Marina Walk. It is public car parking. These kids enjoy a view, but they are so disrespectful. I have been there numerous times, witnessed it myself. They leave a huge mess on the street. Something has to be done. We've done a resident survey recently asking whether they want to introduce limited parking again. But this is actually asking restricting access into the street itself, which I'm not sure whether we can actually do.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Natoli. I'll put the motion to accept the petition to the vote. Those in favour? and that is carried unanimously. Thank you, Councillor Natoli. Councillor Johnston, I believe you have a few petitions to present today.
Two.
Oh, two. Thank you. I was a little concerned.
Yeah. Madam Mayor, the first petition is signed by 114 individuals. It's from Eudlo. It's in relation to the traffic. Eudlo continues to experience more through traffic. Those motorists are not always considerate of the community as they commute through our village. We want safety improvements for our family, our home and our village. We want to reduce the speed limit from 50k to 40k at all times and paint lines on the 2 pedestrian crossings and raise them and install electronic speed detectors at all entries to the village. And I'll speak to that after.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. Can I have a seconder for Councillor Burns? Thank you. Councillor Johnston, would you like to speak for your minute?
Yes, this has arisen out of a meeting that the Minister, Andrew Powell, the Department of Transport Officer and myself held with a considerable number of residents. And Transport and Main Roads are responsible for the vast majority of this infrastructure, and the only bit that really is within our remit is the business sector of Rosebud Street and Anzac Avenue. And I would recommend that it's be passed on to our responsible officers and that they work closely with the Department of Main Roads to find solutions. The major intersection is a real difficult intersection to negotiate.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. Before you walk, I'll just take the vote that we accept Councillor Johnston's motion there. I'll put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you, Councillor Johnston. And you have a second petition, Councillor Johnston.
Yeah, I'm sorry I get a bit cranky sometimes, but I'm particularly as a diabetic when it gets to 2 o'clock and I haven't had lunch.
Yeah.
It really is quite difficult. The second petition is signed by 95 mainly residents of Diamond Valley. And it says, petition in support of improved pedestrian safety on Diamond Valley Road, Mooloolah Valley. We, the undersigned members of the Mooloolah Valley community, support the request for improved pedestrian safety measures along Diamond Valley Road, particularly between Diamond Valley Lodge and Mooloolah Township. We respectfully call for appropriate investigations, adequate street lighting, and the extension of a continuous accessible footpath to better protect residents and pedestrians using this route.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. Can I have a seconder for the motion to thank you, Councillor Burns? Okay, Councillor Johnston, if you'd like to speak.
Thank you. This petition has arisen out of the fact that a gentleman just recently was killed negotiating this area as a pedestrian. And I would ask that, although some of our officers have responded, explaining the fact that we don't put street lighting in predominantly rural areas that aren't in a township, and also that the cost of building a footpath in this area would be horrendous. I would ask that the CEO pass this on and see if we can maybe have access to the black spot funding, because that's the only way we can afford to do this. So thank you.
Thank you. Just a second, if we could take the vote to move the petition to the CEO. Those in favour? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you, Councillor Johnston. You can present that to the CEO. Okay. Thank you, councillors. As we have no further items on today's agenda, I note the next ordinary meeting will be held on Thursday, the 26th of March at 9 a.m. And so I now declare the meeting closed at 2:08. Thank you. Thank you all. Bye-bye.